Much love, respect, and appreciation. This is another live stream. I mean, I guess it's problems in America because we will happen to cover quite a few videos dealing with some problems here and there. But I guess you could say primarily is going to deal with those who are part of the Black community or around the Black community. So we're going to take a look directly at this video. And before we get started, let me just read off what took place between these two. It took place in Detroit. It said Detroit liquor store stabbing, two charged in fatal broken bottle attack. Two people were charged with the March 10 fatal stabbing just before midnight at a Livernois party store. The Detroit man was killed after being stabbed in the neck multiple times with a broken glass bottle. Stephen Lewis Hooks, the man to the left, was charged along with Bernice Shanika Shinavert, which is to the right, both of Detroit. So they said investigators state that Stephen Lewis Hooks stabbed the victim in the neck with a broken glass bottle multiple times, and that Bernice handed him the weapon he used. The victim, Cordell Harris, age 30, of Detroit, the deceased, got into a verbal argument with Shinavert inside the store on the 14,800 block of Livernois south of Finkel. She then contacted Hooks and gave him the broken glass bottle. Hooks, 54, and Shavert, age 31, both of Detroit, are facing premeditated first-degree murder charges. They were arraigned and remanded to jail on March 13th. Right? So let me let the lady speak so she can give a little bit more information. Shout out to Brandon V World for the $2 donor. What is up? What is up? What is up? Renam, what is up? What's up? What is going on? What is going on? So here we go.
I swear, some of the saddest stories comes out of Detroit. There was a man by the name of Cordell Harris who went to a liquor store and allegedly he tried to talk to a woman there. She didn't like it or appreciate it, so she went and got her boyfriend. Her boyfriend comes in, who's a 50-year-old man, by the way. He comes in and gets to tussling and trying to stab this man. He did stab this man, and he was losing the fight as well. And the girl didn't like that, so she jumped in on Cordell as well and got to stabbing him up as well. And his friend made a post about this story, and I'm gonna read it to y'all. Now, this is the best friend of Cordell Harris, the young man who lost his life, and you can pause to read. Mind you, everything is alleged. So, this woman who provoked the life of Cordell Harris being taken, if you knew Cordell, you already know he was only trying to holler at her. She went outside, told her tender man, and he came back inside with a broken glass bottle to Cordell. But it wasn't working out for him once Cordell got to whooping his. This girl jumped in to help, and her and the dude both got to stabbing Cordell. Her name is Bernice Kalud. All Cordell was trying to do was buy her a drink and holler at Shorty. This was the most random, dumbest shit ever. He didn't deserve to lose his life. Moral of the story, fellas, if she pretty and broke, just mind your business. And there was another post on his page because he did a podcast interview with someone by the name of Daryl and Horn TV. And she even got more details. The man that did this was 54 years old. 54 years old. You know how immature you got to be to unalive somebody over them trying to talk to your woman and your woman fine as hell. That's going to happen every day of her life. There's not going to be a day that she goes by that a man doesn't try to approach her, whether it's in real life or the internet. Shit in jail too.
So we heard it, right? Got a man in Detroit, saw a woman, and decided, yo, she look all right. Let me try to talk to her real quick. She got a guy, and the guy, she contacted the guy for whatever reason, and then he came up there and decided that he wanted to sit up there and fight directly over the bum that you see on the right side of the screen. Crazy work, diabolical, in nature, 100%. And then you want to fight so much that you're losing the fight over the woman that the random guy is basically talking to, that your woman had to jump in, hand you a broken glass bottle as if it's like the OK Corral somewhere out in the Wild Wild West, so that y'all could both tag team and stab this dude up. And now y'all basically going to be facing murder charges. and y'all going to be on the way for a very long time separate. Good job. Congratulations. Congratulations. This is why I sit up there and tell like a lot of dudes, I'm like, hey, just stop talking to like a lot of women about here. It ain't even worth it. It ain't even worth it. It's not even worth it. This man sat up there and lost his life for no reason. For no reason. And on top of that, got tag teamed by the couple. Tag teamed by the couple. That's crazy. That's great. I hope they never see the light of day. I hope they never see the light of day. And the craziest part is stuff like this happens frequently. Stuff like this happens as an everyday occurrence where a dude is just trying to sit up there and like talk to a girl. He don't see nobody around, sitting up there trying to talk to her. And then here comes either the boyfriend or whoever, and now they want to be ultra aggressive. I'm like, well, maybe you should have potentially been around your girlfriend and or whoever instead of just like walking like 1,000 feet away. So that way people would have known, like, okay, well, she got somebody. Like nobody's going to automatically assume that a woman who was walking by herself has a significant other. Like nobody's going to assume that. That'd be a dumb assumption. 100%. I'm just saying. Like I said, this whole thing was stupid. It didn't even have to go this way. It really didn't. That man lost his life for no reason over somebody so basic. Crazy work. Diabolical. Anyways, now we're going to go directly into even more foolishness. Matter of fact, I'm gonna move the other video around. We're gonna go into even more foolishness. So again, just bear with the video because I already know there's gonna be some stuff that people ain't gonna want to sit up there and hear. I'm just gonna sit up and say that he's gonna divulge information, and I'm just gonna state that in a lot of instances like this, people shouldn't do this because things can potentially happen when you decide that you want to go out there and expose people like this, especially people who are in the political field, right? So let's just take a listen directly to some rewind this a little bit back and play it.
My name is Polonius Hart. I'm 24 years old. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. And this video will be about the Senator Emil Jones. For those that don't know, he is the senator of the 14th District of Chicago, Illinois. And my backstory on him is I dated him. Just so you guys know I'm not lying about knowing him, here's a picture of me and him laid up. I done been to this man's house so many times. I know his address, everything. I'm not going to disclose that and show that, you know what I'm saying? But just know that this is all real factual, you know what I mean? Now, it's been a few months since I stopped dealing with him. And I was going to make the video months ago, but the only reason why I didn't make the video is because, like, come on now, this is a politician. He works for the government. This man done threatened me so many times. He done threatened to sue me. He done threatened to call the police on me and have them take me anywhere he wants them to take me. You know, just a whole bunch of stuff that I don't even know if I can speak on. You know what I mean? But now that I've got the courage and the strength to, you know, speak out on it, I'm just going to put it all out on the table. I don't care anymore. Dealing with this man, I done seen a lot of things, heard a lot of things, you know what I mean? Things that have traumatized me. So let's get into the story on how I met this man in the first place. At the time, I was homeless and I was, you know, going through a transition in my living situation. So I was staying with this dude. We're going to call the dude CJ, okay? So I'm staying with CJ, and CJ happens to know the senator. So CJ comes up to me one day. He's like, hey, the senator wants your number. And when he told me that, I'm just like, huh? I thought he was lying. I thought he was trolling. I'm just like, how do the senator even know about me? What senator are you talking about? Like, I don't know nothing about politics, y'all. Mind you, I know nothing about politics, politicians, so I'm just confused. So he tells me that, and I'm just like, whatever, give the man my number. So he ends up giving Emil my number. Emil texts me, and he's basically trying to offer me money to do, you know, grown folk things with me. Disclaimer, before I ended up getting his real number, he gave me his fake number. That's what Emil does. He gives people his fake number until, I guess, you pass the test so you can get the real number. But here are the messages. So he hit me up from his fake number. He goes by Mike. That's like his fake name that he gives people. But here are the messages. Mind you, I have nowhere to stay at the time. I have no money. You know, I'm not working at the time. So I was staying with a friend, and apparently Emil was plotting on me for like 3 weeks. Apparently the friend was sending Emil videos of me or just telling him about me. I did have like a Twitter at some point, and I used to post like little photos and stuff like that, but it was never nothing serious. But I guess the friend, him and Emil was plotting on me the whole time. So I go to his house, you know, he tell me he's lit, you know what I'm saying? He's in that mood, so we end up doing it. And then after that, I kind of was just at his house like every day, like I damn near lived with him. It'll be nights where I like to call them Diddy parties. Like he would like to throw parties where he would invite a couple of guys over, sometimes women, you know what I'm saying, and adult things would happen. Before him, not gonna lie, I was not used to the more than one person. Like I don't do the three ways and all of that. Like I wasn't used to that. But he would tell me stuff like, yeah, if you don't do this, I'm gonna just basically replace you. Like I'm gonna just find somebody else to do it. Everybody's replaceable, you know. Whenever I would refuse, like no, I don't want to do that. I don't even know these people. Type, you like, I'm not that type of person. Like I don't know your people, so I'm not finna do nothing, you know, freaky with them. I don't know them, but he would tell me like, oh yeah, you're not freaky enough. So he would like to get me intoxicated. You know, we would, you know, get high, you know, and basically I just felt taken advantage of in the end because I also helped him with his reelection campaign. I'm going around passing out flyers, putting up signs in the neighborhood, and he ended up not even paying me what he was supposed to pay me, what he agreed to pay me because I didn't want to be with him. I had basically broke it off with him because I just felt like I just didn't want to be around him anymore. Like I felt like he was using me. I felt like he was manipulative and just trying to get over. And I wasn't even gonna make a video. Like I was just gonna leave him alone, just go my separate way. But he didn't even pay me what he was supposed to pay me for standing outside in the cold for hours and hours for his reelection campaign. All because I did not want to be with this man no more. Like crazy. Like you way too old for this. You know what I mean? Like pay me. It's so much more that I can say, but I'm gonna just cut it off for now, and I'm gonna just probably make like another video because like it's.
So I'm just gonna say all of this is alleged. I don't know if this is true or not. Dude had pictures up there, or whatnot, or whatever. All I'm saying is this: I'm not sure because again, he is a gay black male. So I want to go over something that I've talked about before because for whatever reason, you got just people out here just moving stupid. So again, for the gay black men out there, let me remind you of a little bit of your history, who this white guy is here, how he was a Democrat and a political, person up there in the higher echelon, and he was linked to a variety of Democrats, popular ones, right? And he goes by the name of Ed Buck. Ed Buck had a liking or a loving directly for poor, homeless, drug using, black males of a variety of ages. And a multitude of black males were found deceased, right? And those are just the ones that we know of, right? And the only reason that Ed Buck is behind bars at this moment in time is due to the fact that the third, quote unquote, the third black male that he was going to try to basically, drug and basically, have OD in his house, he escaped. He luckily survived. And that's the reason that Ed Buck right now is behind bars and he's not able to do this at this moment in time. And again, this is somebody who was a part of the political field. So I'm just trying to figure out, have y'all not learned? Have y'all not understood certain things? Do y'all not comprehend? Because when I go back, right, this is Ed Buck, and again, I told you he deals with like the destitute. He deals with the homeless people, the gay black men out there that don't have a place to go, drug, alcohol, party, all of that, right? And I'm sitting up there listening to this dude here who wants to quote unquote give a story, and he wants to talk about he was getting taken advantage of. No, you walk directly into that dark door. You can't you're not about to sit up here and say or try to play the same story that women sit up there and play. You're a whole man at the end of the day. You're strong. You're able to sit up there and defend yourself. You got testosterone, everything of the sort. You're not stupid. You're not stupid. Women can sit up there and say like, I got played because of, X, Y, Z. Right? People can go with that story because you're a dude at the end of the day. I don't care if you're gay or not. You are a guy at the end of the day. You are not about to sit up there and walk through with this excuse, knowing the fact that you didn't have no place to go, or that you were couch surfing, you didn't have a job, you didn't have no money directly to yourself, and you got this prominent dude who you know is a political figure sooner or later, however it is that you found out, and you was like, okay, maybe I might have like a little bit of a gravy train. I might be able to sit up there and get something going, or I might be a little bit of part of the limelight, or I could just sit directly in the background and get money, here and there. What, like I said, you had a plan, it just didn't go as you planned. It didn't go as you planned. Like I said, you better be lucky. You better be blessed and lucky that you're alive right now. Because doing stuff like this, doing stunts like this, it does not play out. This is, again, women have tried to do stunts like this where they try to sit up there and tell married politicians who got wives and whatnot. They ended up disappearing. And you decided that you thought it was a bright idea for you to go online and to quote unquote expose a political politician who I'm not even sure if he is gay or not, but you decided to go out there and expose him. That was the dumbest thing that you could have potentially did. They have ways of deciding to make accidents happen or to make things look like it's not even connected to such and such a person. They got ways of sitting up there making stories. And you decided that it was in your best interest. Like, hey, I'm just going to tell my name. I'm going to put my face directly out there. So if anything does happen, they'll just link it back to this person. Nah, as case in point, you said that you were couch surfing. You said that you didn't have a job. You didn't have a place. You said that you were homeless. People are into a variety of things. How do we know that you might not have situations out there with other folks dealing with drugs or whatnot or whatever? That you might have, ran into the wrong folks, got into an argument way in the past, and that the past caught up to you. How do we know that that's not the case? But now you want to sit up there and do this story. And then you want to talk about, I didn't want to do it at first. So what, was money low? Is that the reason that you decided to do this story? Out of all the times that you could have potentially did this story and went directly to the news and all this, you could have did that, right? Why didn't you go to the news? Right? If you were, in a sense, if you're worried about your life, why didn't you go to the news and tell somebody the story? Why did you go directly to TikTok or whatever social media that's right, because you can generate views, you can generate money directly off of this while quote unquote still saying that you are the victim, knowing what type of heat that you're going to get directly from this, knowing whatever type of cloud and energy that you're going to get directly from this as well. And then you're talking about, hey, I'm just going to sit up there and make a part two. This was not in your best interest. This was not in your best interest at all. You could have did everything else in the world. How it is that you couldn't just sit up there and get a job? How it is as a man, you couldn't get a job. That's crazy. You couldn't go out there and go to a trade school, HVAC or something. You don't got no friends. You don't got no family like that. Like you just out there. You don't got nobody. That's wild to me. But somehow, some way, you were able to get directly on the cell phone, and you were able to get into contact with this political official. And as you said, you slept with him, did whatever you wanted to sit up there and do, and then you wanted to try to sit up there and play victim, say he took advantage of you. Did you not decide to sit up there and do like alcohol and drugs with this dude, or did he force you to sit up there and do it? You a grown man, dog. Come on, what you doing? And this is why I be sitting up here talking about, like, dog, for the gay black men out here, like, yo, stop doing this. Stop doing this. And I'm talking about like both ways. Stop doing all of this nonsense here when stuff is not going your way, and stop also doing it in this way when you're sitting up there messing with these dudes right here that sit up there and take quote unquote take advantage of you, and they drug you up and alcohol you, and then they take your life. What? Like I said, you're a grown man at the end of the day dealing with another grown man. Now magically all of a sudden you don't got strength, you don't got willpower, you don't got the energy. You Lois Lane all of a sudden. Lois Lane all of a sudden. Come on, dog. Come on, man. Like, brother, like, yo, this is wild to me. And like I said, at the end of the day, no matter what's going on out here, I love my people. I do. But I cannot sit up there and stand and tolerate foolishness. Like that's ridiculous. That is 1,000% ridiculous. Like, this is going to backfire so bad that he does not even understand. He's not going to be able. He's not going to even understand what angles that this stuff is going to come directly from. And I don't know where. Obviously, he's in somebody's home. Maybe it's his or whatnot or whatever. Whoever is his relatives or close by him, his friends, y'all should have told him that this was not in his best interest. You should have told him this was not in his best interest. Like I said, I guess people just do not pay attention to how people just be like disappearing all of a sudden. Like everything just goes silent. People don't know what happened to a person. Have we not just over the last 3, 4, maybe like a month or so had quite a many black men go disappearing? I could have sworn, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I could have sworn we just recently had black men just go disappearing and don't nobody know what happened. Like I said before, like, yo, people not paying attention, man. People not paying attention. And like I said, to all the folks out there that's to all the black men that's a part of the gay community, like I said, y'all want to try to say that I'm homophobic. I'm not. I'm trying to save you from yourself. I'm trying to save you from doing dumb stuff like this. Like I said, try to give people information about, stop sleeping around randomly unprotected, all this other type of stuff, and how you had things such as like monkeypox, which was at one point in time only and primarily affecting those in the gay community, amongst like other things. Try to help and protect people directly from that, and showed how the mainstream media was using you as a target, and rah. People didn't want to listen. No matter which way, it doesn't matter if it's those who are a part of the trans, bi, gay, whatever it is. Y'all just don't want to sit up there and listen because you think you know what is best for you. This is why I sat up there and told people before, you just gotta let people fall. Because at the end of the day, people are going to do what it is that they want to do, no matter how stupid and how ignorant, and no matter how it's going to put them at a disadvantage. You can't sit up there and save everybody. People want to sit up there and talk, back and forth and all this other type of stuff, and want to disagree and don't want to say this. This is what I be talking about right here. But like I said, we will see how this is going to sit up there and play out in the future. We are going to 100% see how this is going to play directly out in the future. But like I said, don't sit up there and get on this platform on any of my pages and didn't say I didn't try. To any of the gay black men out there, don't say I didn't sit up there and try, because I do, and I have. But it be like that though. Like I said, best of luck to him. Hopefully this plays out the way that he wants it to play out. But at the end of the day, I'm going to be like, is it going to be worth it? Is it really going to be worth it in the end for what it is that you really want? Crazy work. Crazy work. But anyways, we're going to go directly to some more foolishness. So in this video, what you're going to see is you got two Asian kids, right? The woman speaking, she's a surrogate, right? So she had kids for an Asian family or whatnot or whatever. The Asian family, couple, whoever it was, they abandoned the kids for months, didn't claim them, didn't come back for them or whatnot or whatever. And then later on, they came back for the kids, which is a little bit weird to me, because I'm like, if they abandoned, didn't come for the kids when they were born, how are they allowed to come back later and claim the kids and basically take them and all this other type of stuff? But we're going to get directly into that, right? So let's just listen to this. And again, I'm playing this, I'm showcasing and playing this video as a warning to, other black women out there on the potentiality, if you want to be these surrogates for I guess at any point, right? But more so especially for these foreigners out here from other countries. So let's take a listen.
You're gonna see Dada. Okay.
So the reason why nothing's
Y'all,
oh here we
just
go
watch. Mommy,
because she's
let's look
driving to
at
the medium spot.
I'm recording, so I'm on live. Y'all, so Erica Healy, the lawyer, this is insane. And I'm live. I am. You got juice all over you. Yeah. You got juice all over you.
You call her Aya name.
You see Aya? See Yaya? The only family they ever known. And she's in it for money. I wasn't given due process. I never got notified about any of this. She knew that my counsel had withdrawn, and she acted like she notified my counsel, but I didn't have a counsel to notify. I am going to the Florida bar about this. I'm going to pursue all remedies to this matter. It's not over yet. I'm going to still fight for my kids. I've had them from birth. I've taken care of them. Literally done any and everything for them. This is the only mama that they ever known. And y'all finna rip my kids from me. The psychological damage that y'all are placing on my children, including my daughter, because for money. A man who never saw these kids. A man who didn't even do what he needed to do to be here present when I gave birth to them. A man that I literally did any and everything for, and even tried to assist him with getting a visa to come over here. He didn't come looking for them. I lawyered up. We had to do a diligent search. And in doing so, someone notified him where we were with everything. We talked to him. Well, somebody hold my phone because I'm not done talking. We did a diligent search.
Let him serve you. Let's go. Let him serve you, okay?
We're done with the streaming or whatever.
No, we're not done with streaming.
Okay.
Relax.
Here's the emergency child pickup order.
Okay? I need you to be calm.
What young folks are we
okay
looking
with
at here?
We have two.
Do we have Samuel and Daniel?
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right.
Make sure you get how my kids react to this. Flip the camera if you have to.
They're both born November 4th of 20.
Yes, they are.
Okay. All right, so it looks like you need to surrender custody of them to.
Who is that?
Miss Erica over here.
Who is she?
Miss Erica.
That's not Erica. That is not Erica.
That's the passenger seat up there.
Well, no, Erica can come as soon as I think that's what.
I believe. I believe she's in the passenger seat up there.
Well, no, Erica needs to come as soon as I think that's what.
we need Erica.
Okay.
She's going
Just
to.
relax. I want you to calm down.
And you've got court with Judge Preddy here at the St. Johns County Courthouse on June 20th at 11 a.m.
Are they going to be present? Is Erica going to be
I
present?
have no idea.
Okay.
Are the children? I said
Are
the
the
children.
children going to be is she leaving
Yeah.
this jurisdiction? Because I was told,
She's not permitted to take the children out of the jurisdiction of the court.
and the jurisdiction of the court is St. Johns County,
Jurisdiction of the court is the state of Florida.
state of Florida. Okay.
Not the 7th Judicial Circuit.
Correct.
It's the 7th Judicial
Yeah,
Circuit.
you are
State of
barbaric.
Florida. Okay.
You are evil.
You she's scared. Calm, man.
I'm not
You
gonna
doing
say
this in
anything.
front of me? Don't do that. Hey,
I'm
baby.
not gonna
Give me a hug. Let me hold the baby. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. You can't do this in front of the kid. Hey,
Okay, we
baby.
got some car seats we're dealing with.
Hey, I love
Yeah,
you,
she's
okay?
going to pay me for that too.
I need you
Yeah, that's
I love you, okay?
to stay
Yeah.
over here.
Okay, bye.
Yep.
Stand over.
What's the time you give me some?
Yep.
All right. Go ahead and give the
You
baby
later,
to
man,
the
okay?
dad.
You guys are going to take
Okay.
care of payments for the car.
And then I need you to go sit
Here,
down.
Dad.
We don't need
Here,
to-
Dad.
Come on.
Dad.
Let me hold on. Let me flip the camera.
Get the baby. They want y'all to take the baby home.
All right.
Anyway, Sammy, okay? I love you, okay?
Get Samuel and
All right.
Daniel.
I'm gonna kiss my kids a few more times.
Focusing on a phone instead of doing that.
I'm gonna do that too. Here, can you please hold my phone and record?
He don't even want to let me go for the first time.
You want
man.
Dada?
That's so crazy. He knows what's going on.
It's okay. Everybody, let's just make this calm and make this transition peaceful, okay?
This is very sad.
I understand it's sad.
You agree with those
For
are
kids
Samuel's
being ripped, kids being taken away from their
I understand.
birth, you got to know that
I understand.
we're very torn.
And she's posing. Can
You
you
know.
please record that?
Come on, man.
I need that recorded.
Just
I'm
do nothing
sorry.
else.
Time to hand over the kids.
Let's
Here,
go.
here, get the kids to the daddy. Here, get
Time to hand over the kids.
Love you so.
Bye.
Love you so much. Okay.
Oh, Sam,
Please
I know.
record this.
I know, man. It's the first time. I know.
Hand Erica the child.
I love you, okay? Come on, hand it to him, man. Come on, let's go. Here, Erica, you can come get the child.
Jay, and the baby.
Child.
Go give him a kiss. Go give him a kiss.
Okay, your turn. Hand
Okay,
the
she can
child.
come get the kids.
Hand the
She can
child,
get it.
Erica.
Hey, okay, no, you better calm down. Because I ain't did nothing wrong, man.
Okay.
Yeah, can I get your card, please? I need your badge ID and
That,
everything.
I will get all of that. Y'all are
You guys
making
are
it
good
worse.
on
You're
cars.
doing exactly what I told you not to do.
You guys are driving away from?
And I can't hear.
Okay.
Hold on.
Can you have my phone number if you want to contact
We
me?
don't want to speak.
Lincoln, let me go, please. Let me hear it for a second. What did you just say?
I'm saying if you'd like to call me later, I'll give you an update. We can do a video call tonight.
Right. So, yo, man.
Okay, we got some car seats we're dealing with.
Yeah, she's gonna.
Right. So you got the kids, as you were clearly able to see, getting handed, I guess the white women were representing the Asian family, or however you want to put it. So on the go single that the lady has, right? She said, support my fight with bringing my babies home. Help me maintain legal representation to protect the best interests of the children. My name is Kayla Simpson, and I am seeking assistance with ongoing legal expenses related to a family court matter involving 2 children who have been in my care since birth. For nearly 2 years, I provided the children with daily care, housing, food, medical appointments, emotional support, and a stable home environment. As this matter continues through the legal process, maintaining qualified legal representation is critical to ensuring the children's stability, safety, and best interests remaining fully represented in decisions that will shape their future. Future funds will help support ongoing legal costs, including attorney fees, court filings, and other required case-related expenses. Every contribution directly supports my ability to continue advocating for the children and protecting the stability, care, and environment that they known since birth. This is an active court matter, so I must remain respectful of the legal process and cannot discuss every detail publicly. However, I am committed to providing updates as appropriate and remaining transparent about how donations are used. If you are unable to donate, share this fundraiser and keeping our family in your thoughts and prayers would mean more than words can express. Thank you for your support, kindness, and belief in ensuring that children have stability, love, and voice in the process that determines their future. Right. So even at this moment in time, our goal is like 50,000, but they only have about 1,700 directly up there when it deals with putting money, for the legal representation and everything of the sort. To me, this is ridiculous because I'm like, how in the world could they just up and come back and decide that they want to claim the kids? Right, because somebody else had a post directly under it. Let me read what they wrote on the 27th. They said, did you guys see the video of the black lady who was a surrogate for white or Chinese couple, and she had twins? The couple then abandoned her with those twins for 2 years. The couple is now back demanding the babies back from the black lady. And I'm like, that's crazy. That is 1,000% crazy. That's 100% crazy. But like I said, I don't know what to tell her. I could have sworn, like, if it came to the point of children being abandoned, then whoever I guess they're in the care of would be the guard. Again, I don't need know the legalese directly on this. I'm just going off of a thought process of if somebody already had, I guess you could say, custody from birth, right, and then they were supposed to be turned over to the parents, but the parents did not show. I would then think that going back to the main person, which is the woman here, that she would have primary custody, but I guess not, which is weird. That's 1,000% weird. And like I said, this also proves how those that are outside of the United States um can use the laws and skate past, certain things. Because usually in the United States, if you're a parent and you're abandoning your kids, those kids go directly to, the state, right? Or somebody close to the kids or whatnot or whatever. This right here is just ridiculous. 2 years? 2 years. It's Child Protective Services would have never allowed a parent. Well, you know what? Let me take that back. If the parent is let's say black, yeah, the state is they're not going to be so quick to automatically hand those kids back. Now, if the parents are other than black, yeah, they'll hand them, back, with no problem, real quick. They will pull up real quick on that day. Like I said, that's crazy. That is some wild work. But again, for the black women out there that want to be surrogates, y'all got to be very careful. You got to be very careful, doing stuff like this because you're putting your body, through a lot of stuff, right? Whole bunch of body changes, chemical, changes, your mental, and not even to mention, financially what it is that you got to, potentially deal with. Like I said, she had to take care of these kids for 2 years. And I'm pretty sure she loved those kids. I'm pretty sure she is for those kids and about those kids. And like I said, that's tough. That is 1,000% tough. 1,000% tough. But like I said, for the black women out there, y'all gotta be, very mindful. Y'all gotta, know the legalese or everything that's happening. What specifically your rights are. What's the rights and the conditions when it deals with the parents and everything of the sort. I wish she knew more. You know, I bet you this though. I bet you this same thing would not happen to a white woman though. I bet you that. I bet you the police and those two white women that came to pick up those kids. I bet you they'll be on the white woman's side if you replace this woman with a white woman. I bet you that. We'll be looking at a whole different video. Whole different video. That is wild work. Shout out to TDO for the 10 jewels. I'm not even gonna say the name, but I'm just gonna say TDO. What is up? Shout out for the 10 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. That's crowd. That name is wild. Sham said, watch for foreign surrogates because they are more desperate for children right now. They'll abandon kids with Down syndrome and other defects. Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. Sergeant said I would have disappeared. Sonny, what is up? You said I learned how to ride a bike, and the first idea was to see if I could ride to Brooklyn and find her. I think you might be referring to something else that you're talking about. I got you. Sham said no, they wouldn't be able to snatch those kids from a white woman. Yep. TDO said she looks. Wait. The death figure. I don't even know what that one is. I didn't even want to mispronounce the name that you were saying up there. Yo, D Love. Also, shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to all of my mods that are currently here at this moment in time. Much love, much love, much love, respect, and appreciation. So now we're going to go directly over to some more foolishness. Wait, is this another? Let me see. Yeah, okay. So as stated, this is what she got above. She said, what would y'all do? A mother says that she's sending her nearly 18-year-old son to live with his father because he won't speak to her and has been consistently disrespectful due to the father planting negative thoughts about her. This is a weird one because usually it's the reverse, right? And then the craziest part is if she is sending the son to live with the father, that means that she more than likely has primary custody of that child, which means that that child lives directly with her. So I'm like, for close to 18 years, you had the child. And now all of a sudden, when the child is able to speak to the father, now you're like, the father basically, brainwashed him and put thoughts directly into his brain. And now the child doesn't like me anymore. Is that really it? Or is it potentially possible that from the conversation, the child was able to learn the truth about the situation and also your involvement? But anyways, let's take a listen directly to this and see what this mother has to say.
My son will not talk to me. He's turning 18 in a few weeks, and we live in the same house. Little bit of backstory. I was married to his father, and he caught a case. He was a pimp. I also caught the case with him. And even though I was not doing the pimping, I didn't know about it. I got my ass tore up. I got a $10,000 fine, 4-year probation, had to spend 2 weeks in prison.
Hold on. Wait. Something's not adding up. Wait, let me go back. Did she say that she was married? Hold on. Let me run this real quick. Hold on.
My son will not talk to me. He's turning 18 in a few weeks, and we live in the same house. Little bit of backstory. I was married to his father, and he caught a case. He was a pimp. I also caught the case with him. And even though I was not doing the pimping.
So you were married directly to a man that you didn't know was a pimp. And we don't know how long that she was even married directly to that. I'm pretty sure it wasn't like a 1-year marriage. You got married to a dude that's some type of secret undercover pimp. And you just didn't know it, so it wasn't nothing like suave about him, like nothing about like his style, how it is that he was able to talk to you or what. I don't. And then she was like, "Yeah, I wasn't involved and I wasn't doing the pimp." Yeah, that's not usually how that works. That's not usually how, but let's keep going. It's not making sense.
I didn't know about it. I got my ass tore up. I got a $10,000 fine, 4-year probation, had to spend 2 weeks in prison, and become a convicted felon, which also, as you know, can hinder, your job search, your apartment search, this and that. So shit on the chin. Ate it, paid my fine, got off probation, bought a house. Boom, I just bossed up. So, his daddy hate me. For years, unbeknownst to me, his father has been talking to him about me in a very negative light. My son does not like me. I have done literally everything that I can do as a single mom to just provide for my kids. Not even the emotional piece that I add and help with. Just helping you through whatever the fuck you ask me. I drop everything for my kids. But my son is under the impression that that's not his reality, right? And that's valid. But is anybody else going through these kids who feel so entitled? So in the midst of him ignoring me, not refusing to do any chores, he will not get up and cook for himself. He wants me to deliver his food to his door, which I don't do. So I went and telling people that he's starving and he's malnourished because we don't have food. And I don't care what people think. Who cares? I know the truth and I know what's going on in my crib.
So it sounds like to me that, because she did say that she was divorced. She did say that she was a single mother, which again leads me to believe that she had primary custody. So you more than likely babied your son instead of, making him go out there and do certain things as he was growing up, getting up there in age. You more than likely babied him to a certain point where then it backfired and you realized it, and now it's too late to basically take it back. So now you're like, nah, I'm not cooking for you no more. You old enough, you're 18 now. I might have did it when you was like 16, 17, 15. I might have did it then, right? But now you're 18, you basically grown, so you need to do this, yourself. Get up, go to the kitchen, cook your food. This is why guys sit up there and say that it becomes problematic when you have women out here raising boys, because they will baby them in a lot of the times. And then once they wake up to the fact that how you raise them is going to now be challenging and is going to be problematic, now people want to sit up there and start, crying foul, and they want to go to social media and they want to start crying about the whole situation when you should have put and established boundaries and rules from the get-go. Let's keep going.
Daughter, if you look at her, you clearly it's food in this house. You look at me, it's food in this house. Then you look at the dog. The dog, is food in the house. Okay. What do you do as a mom? When you just want to make sure the kid is okay, but the kid has been so disrespectful towards you. Done everything, said everything short of putting his hands on you. What do? You send him to be with his father. That's what's in my capacity. That's what I can do. Because it's to a point where this kid will not listen to me. He is not receptive of anything I say. And as a matter of fact, he resists everything I say. All the way down to me trying to get him a secure credit card. I'm still trying after all the disrespect. What would y'all do? What would you do? I'm curious.
So notice how she said that even with the disrespect, she's trying to get him like a secure credit card. If you felt that disrespected, why would you be still trying to do stuff for him? Didn't you say that he got to cook for himself? That there's food there, that he's not malnourished, that he's not basically homeless living on the streets? So why would you be trying to help him get this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about right here. And this is how you got a lot of these young dudes out here raised by women like this, why they got this type of like entitlement and they got this type of attitude when it deals with women. This is why you got these young dudes out here trying to live off of women instead of going out there and working, because their mothers are doing stuff like this. She stated to everybody that she's being disrespected, right? And that the son is being disrespectful. Noted, she's raising him, right? Notice how she didn't sit up there and say, oh, he's disrespectful, and it technically, let me walk that back just a bit. 1% of the way through the video, she basically tried to put the disrespect on the father. This ain't the father's fault. What's your fault, pretty much 100%, is that you stated that you're a single mother, pretty much have primary custody. He's been in your care for 1 through 18 years. And for whatever reason, the father is there, but you did not have this co-parenting going on where the child was with you for a portion of the time and then he's with the father for a portion of the time. Because if the child is with the father a portion of the time, the way that he's acting right now, you wouldn't have to send him to the father, because it would have already been well established way ahead of time that, you're going to sit up there and respect your mom. If she tell you to sit up there and do something, you're going to sit up there and do it. You're going to sit up there and take out the garbage. You're going to wash these dishes. You're going to sit up there and do your chores. You're going to be sweeping and cleaning up the floor. You're going to be cleaning up your room after yourself and all this other type of stuff. That's going to be established because he's already under his father's roof. So the teachings that the father gives him, he's going to take that right back to the house, and without question, he's going to sit up there and do it. And he knows that if he doesn't do it, that his father's going to sit up and have some words. It's going to be a problem, because he's going against his father's teaching. But now, because she done messed up on how it is that she done raised her son, now I was like, I'm sending you to the father. So really, instead of doing the co-parenting, instead of doing that whole thing, now because you messed up, now you want to sit up there and put the mess up directly on the father. That's crazy. That's wild to me. So what I'm trying to get through to a lot of folks to in order to showcase is that you have mothers out here who are babying their sons and they're enabling their sons, right? She said that her son has bad behavior. He's not listening, right? So normally what you do as a parent is like, all right, I'm going to take certain things from you. You're going to be on punishment. You're grounded, all this other type of stuff, right? In order to establish, rules, boundaries, all that other type of good stuff. She's like, nah, I ain't really doing that, because you ain't hear her say that. You didn't hear her say punishment. I'm taking this away. You ain't driving here. I'm not helping you do. You didn't say that. What she said was that, hey, he's being disrespectful, but how I'm going to reward him is by helping him trying to get, the secure credit card. I'm going to be a cosigner or whatnot or whatever for it. What? You got an irresponsible child that's not listening to you, and you're going to help him basically have some type of money, which he's not going to be responsible for, where you're going to sit up there and have to deal with the heavier part of the responsibility when it deals with that credit card. That's the stupidest thing ever in life. she's rewarding bad behavior. And if she's doing that, he's going to get the mentality that he can do things or say things directly to women or treat them a certain type of way, and he's going to still benefit at the end of the day just because. Like I said, he's going to be the type that's going to be sitting up there not really working, and he's probably going to just be getting over on these young girls or whatnot. Or like I said, I don't know if you know how to talk to girls or whatnot or whatever, but I'm just assuming. But he's going to be the type that's going to be couch surfing and having fields of women that he can depend directly on, and he's going to be pulling money directly from them. Because, like I tried to sit up there and tell people before, you got a lot of women out here that will literally take care of and pay for guys, especially the ones that's been locked up, especially the ones that's up here ripping and running through the streets. Like it's like I kid y'all not, it's the craziest thing. You got a lot of well-to-do, educated, intelligent women, well-off women who instead of trying to build and work with other dudes, like I said other dudes, trying to work with men out here who are also well-to-do or trying to build or whatnot or whatever, they would rather take care of, right? They would rather support. They would rather be helpful, a helpmate to those who ain't got nothing. Ain't nothing about nothing. Those who don't really care about them and all this other type of good stuff. So, like I said, her son is going to be one of those dudes that's going to be able to just pull money and whatnot directly, from women, the women of his age range, and then those same women of his age range are going to be sitting up here saying how these dudes ain't this and how they ain't that and all this other type of stuff. But like I said, who is clear cut raising the young men out here, enabling this type of bad behavior? Enabling them to sit up there and treat, deem, value, and see women in this type of way. The mother. You didn't hear her put any boundaries directly down. She said that she's being disrespected. Okay, noted. But what are you doing in order to state that you are not about to disrespect your mother, me, directly in this house of which you reside, that I allow you to be in? He's 18. Realistically, he should technically, well, if this was like the early 2000s, 90s, I would say he should be able to get a job and get an apartment. But we're living in a whole different time frame and a whole different economy, so it would be actually he wouldn't actually be able to facilitate that without help, right? But like I said before, the type of disrespect that you talking about, like I said, she said he ain't putting hands on her and stuff, which is great, right? But a father's not going to be standing for that type of disrespect. He'll put his son out real quick. He'll be like, "Oh, you ain't listening? Oh, you think you grown? We gonna see how grown you is. Get your stuff. Get your PS4. Get all of your J's. Get your stuff. Put it in the tub, and we're gonna see how grown you is outside. Oh, and it's raining too. I got you here. Get this raincoat real quick, and go get you an apartment. Go get you a job and go get you an apartment since you think you grown in my house. Since you think that you run stuff in my house, we gonna see how grown you are. Now you out there in the real world. Let's see what you're gonna do." That's what a lot of fathers would do. Obviously, she ain't about that life, but she's about the disrespect. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people, man. I don't know what to tell people. I do not know what to sit up there and tell people, man. Like, yo, that's wild. That is wild to me. But like I said, that's on her. She opted to allow that to sit up there and happen. She is still babying him at 18 years old. It's not going to play out well. It's going to backfire on her. And then it's also going to backfire on the women that he is going to be talking to or seeking or that he's able to attract. Like I said, it's going to be bad all over the place. It's going to be bad all over the place. And I promise you, one of the main end results that's going to sit up there and happen is that he's more than likely, because of the way that he's getting babied and how he's not really having a fix or try to pick up on his own situation, he's going to inevitably get a girl out here pregnant. And you know who's going to be there to baby him? You know who's going to be there to manage the situation and help him raise that child? The mother. Because fathers are going to sit. Matter of fact, I put it to you like this. While growing up, I've had men who are not even my father, right? Who are not even related to my family, telling me, it was like, "Yo, young blood, like, what you don't go out here and get any of these girls pregnant. Like, don't go out here and sow your wild oats. Don't go out here and be having unprotected. That was the conversations that I had, and that was with random black men out there in the community, right? So again, even without a father being involved, even without conversations from other men in my family, I was having these conversations and getting this information directly from black men in the community of what not to do, how you at least should move, right? Don't do like I did and all this other type of stuff. She is going to baby him to the point where he's inevitably going to end up getting one of these young girls out here pregnant, and she's going to be the one sitting up there raising that child because he's not going to be developed enough. He's not going to be responsible enough, right? He's not going to have enough going for himself to actually do it. Because in a lot of cases, when these young kids out here, they have kids early, it's a make or break type of thing. It's a sink or swim type of thing. A lot of them fail. 100%. A lot of them fail because they still got the mentality of a child. They don't have the mentality of a young adult. They're still like, well, I still want to go out here to, parties. I still want to go out there and hang out, with my friends. I still want to go out and play video games. I want to go out here on vacation. I want to sit up there and take this trip. I want to put money down on a car. I want to sit up there and buy. They still have a selfish mentality. So it is impossible for them to be like, all right, let me sit up there and put, my big adult pants on at 18 and start taking care of responsibilities. Like I said, it's seen it all over the place. Too many times you got the parents, right, sitting up there raising the grandchildren because the quote unquote 18, 19 or 20 or 21, anywhere from the older teenagers to the young adults are not intelligent, they're not stable, and they're not mature enough to actually handle responsibility. They're adults enough to get themselves into the responsibility, but they're not adults enough to handle and manage the responsibility. That don't even make any type of sense. That's the craziest thing right there. And like I said, it's going to be bad all over the place. It is going to be bad all over the place. Like, it's crazy, man. It is 100% crazy. And this is another reason why people always sit up there and state a father is always needed. This is exactly why. Because like I said before, women can only sit up there and play one role. Like I said, I don't care if it sounds sexist. I don't care if people disagree, whatnot, or whatever. At the end of the day, a woman is a woman. You can only give a certain type of love and a certain type of teachings as a woman. Just like a man is a man and he can only give certain type of love, a certain type of teachings as a man. They can't do vice versa. I don't care what nobody wants to sit up there and say. Like I said, my mom said it herself. She was like, hey, God only made me one thing. He only made me as a woman. I can't sit up there and step into the role of a man and basically be a father. And that's bars. That's factual. Now, again, that's coming from a logical woman that has an understanding. A lot of other women out here don't have that understanding. Like I said, you even when it deals with other older women out here, they are highly immature. And they want to feel or try to assume the role of a man or the position of a man without even having, any type of idea or knowledge base in order to sit up there and walk that path and to do that. Like I said, this is why you got a lot of folks out here talking about, I'm the mother and the father. Like, realistically, no, you're not. Respectfully, you could never sit up there and be that. That's just like you're not going to hear men out here that are raising their kids by themselves talking about, I'm the mother. They're not about to sit up there and do that. A man is not going to be that stupid and sit up there and say something like that because he knows he cannot assume the role and the position of a woman. He is a man at the end of the day. He is a father. But, like I said, man, hey, society got, a lot of folks believe in a lot of different things. So it'd be like that. So now we're going to go directly. Let me take down that clip of Ed Buck there. We're going to go directly to which video do I want to do? I want to leave like the I guess the end of the video I can leave that for the last one. I want to go to this Chris Brown one real quick before I let this go. So this is dealing with an India market that opened up, I think they said in New Jersey. Let me see. I got to take off the banner real quick. Let me see. Yeah. I think what is it called? Patel Brothers Market. I guess it's like an Indian market out there that they opened in New Jersey. So this is in the United States. I want people to understand this is in the United States. And the reason I want to showcase this video is because if these were Black Americans acting like this in a market, it'd be all over the news. Fox News and everybody else, all of these racist sites, they will be trying to sit up there and play it over and over again in order to paint or to make Black Americans look like savages, right? So let's look at how these Indians act directly in this market, right?
બેન તમે તો કારના લો છો ઓકે હવે તો નીકળો બીજા તો લેવા દો બાકી નાખી બેગો ભર દો એવું થોડી ચાલે કારણ કે તમે એકલા એવું કરો બધાને પર સાથ નંબર લેવો કેટલા કરવાનું છે બેનને નીકળતા જ નથી બોલો નથી
Pati yoga box. Phóng mà là chị.
Let me tell y'all something. At no point in time at all have I ever been into a market with Black folks and this was the type of chaos that was happening. It was to the point where the worker could not sit up there and get directly to the area to put down groceries. That didn't make no sense. that didn't make no type of sense. Like, look at this dude. This dude got the box over his head. This dude is struggling to get directly up over there. And you got people trying to pull down on the box like savages. Like some straight savage. Like, that's crazy. That is crazy. Like, dog, like that don't make no type of sense. Like, that old man, he is fighting with that older woman trying to get whatever is left over there. Like, that is crazy. Like, you shouldn't have to sit up there and do nothing like that being a worker. You should not have to do nothing like that. Like I said, United States. Like, I guess maybe if you was over there in India, like, all right, I got, whatever. But it's like, dude, they got all of these like in stock. Like I said, I used to work in Whole Foods. All of that stuff that they got that stuff in stock directly in back, especially in produce. Right, because they got orders that come in through the day. They got the overnight order that comes in. Then they also got the morning order, and then you might also have an order of something that might come in during the afternoon. Because sometimes orders got to be split depending on how large the order is on separate pallets. But like I said, this is ridiculous. That is 100% ridiculous. Like, when the workers got to fight for their lives to get directly over to the area, like, people cannot even properly move and turn around. People are sitting up there arguing, pushing and pulling, and just fighting over it. Like that don't make no sense, dog. Now you would have thought that this is the first time people got their hands directly on food. You would have thought it was like the end of the world or something. Like that is wild, dog. That is 100% wild. 100% wild. Fruity Bear said the men don't mind fighting on them ladies. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is wild work out there. Wild work. So now we're gonna go to another brother from Cali, and he's gonna be explaining about Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. And I didn't know anything about this. Said up top that Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles lost a $1.6 million lawsuit due to racism towards the main consumer base. Before we get started, do y'all know who the main consumer base of Roscoe Chicken and Waffles is? Does anybody know? I'll give y'all a second to type something in the chat. Want to see what we got. Because I know the video is a little bit delayed. Well, the live is a little bit delayed. Well, time is up. So we're going to let the brother sit up there and speak on who the main consumer base is.
I am so glad that Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles lost that lawsuit, okay, for discrimination. Yeah, Roscoe's, I don't know if y'all know, but it's still owned by a black man. But this black man has given all the power, managerial, overseeing power to the Mexicans, okay? And the Mexicans run Roscoe's, all of them in LA. It's not blacks. Blacks just work there. And this one black man sued them and won. So now they got to pay up 1 point something million. Yes, pay it up. Pay this man because he won, okay?
Running that money.
And black people have been saying this for a decade. Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles is not black no more. The food don't taste the same. The service is not the same. Nothing is the same. You look in the back, all the cooks are Mexican. I don't have nothing against Mexicans trying to make money. Nothing, okay? But Mexicans don't got the soul, okay, to be cooking chicken and waffles, bro. That's why the food don't taste the same. Ask anybody about Roscoe's, bro. It's not the same. It's completely different, all right? Now, we've been saying this for over 10 years. And it don't matter if you in Long Beach or Los Angeles, where I'm at right now. We've been known that there was racial discrimination when it comes to hiring and just working in the restaurant field in Los Angeles, all right? So I'm so happy for this black man. 1.3 or 1.6, something like that. The exact number is escaping me, but it's 1 point something million. I salute you, brother. You deserve it, right? Because in his suit, his Hispanic managers and everything was dogging him out, okay? Black people from LA know exactly what the I'm talking about, because once one of these motherfuckers get a little bit of power, your ass is grass. I promise you. It's going to be somebody that look like them replacing your ass quickly. I promise you. We've all dealt with that on some sort of level. So, yeah, Roscoe's pay up to 1.3 or 6, whatever it was, excuse me. Pay it up. And I hope this never happens again. And the next person that happens to, I hope they sue your asses some more. Last but not least, I'm never, ever eating at Roscoe's again. I'm going to go to Harold's.
You know, the craziest part is I always wanted to go to like a Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles because I seen it, through a lot of media, over the years and whatnot. I'm like, yeah, I want to sit up and go there. Just like, I always wanted to go to like the Waffle House and whatnot. And now I'm like, yeah, I don't care nothing about no Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. I'm like, that's crazy that you're allowing other folks to sit up there and run it. And now it's to the point where the food don't taste the same. That's like having a soul food restaurant and having like people of other cultures like back there cooking. It's like, it's not soul food no more. If it ain't black people cooking it, it's not real. Because like I said before, you're going to get like a certain type of like authenticity directly from the source. Understand what I'm saying? Like I said, it's just like when they want to have like authentic food, like, you want some Italian food, you want authentic Italian food, you're going to go to an Italian restaurant where it's nothing but Italians there. Like it don't matter if it's the people like busting the tables or the waiters. I think what is it called, like a maitre d or whatever, directly at the front door or whatnot, and the cooks and every. Like I said, the whole place is Italian. Like I said, I respect that. So I know that the food is going to be solid, right? It's coming directly from the source. Same thing with anybody else, right? But like I said, magically I guess when they deal with black food, anybody can just sit up there and cook it, and it's still it. Nope, it's not. It's not. It's not. Shout out to that man who sued for racism. No, shout out. You got that 1.6 racks on racks on racks. You got that, and that's crazy. Like you set up there and hire people that are normally racist against Black Americans. Like why? Like that don't even make any type of like that's some crazy. That's some lazy type behavior. You could have hired like some family, some friends, or you could have got some Black culinary art students or whatnot or whatever, and just did that. Like this is like I said, you could have did anything else but do this. Crazy work. Fruity Bear said, I used to go to LA all the time because my uncle is a producer and the black people are scared of those Mexicans. It's crazy work. It's diabolical in nature. Diabolical. Let me see. So I do got some other videos. That I'm trying to go directly through because I know some of the videos that I got are not edited, so I can't properly put those up there. Oh, but matter of fact, let me sit up there and showcase some foolishness, right? So I just want to say I blame so you see the white boy up here, right? I want to say shout out to the Jamaicans because y'all allowed this to happen. And this is another reason why you can clearly see that there's a difference in between Black Americans and everybody else because of foolishness like this, right? So you got and I want to note that this is an all white Jamaican event. Let me repeat that one more time. All white Jamaican event. But the picture that they have in the background is of a melanated woman twerking. Color me surprised on that one, how that works. All white Jamaican event, but the background picture, you don't even got a white woman sitting there twerking or the image of a white woman. You got the image of a melanated woman twerking. Like I said, I blame Jamaicans directly for this. So let's take a listen to this. I don't see a Jamaican in sight. Woman at twerk. Maybe I do see somebody. I might have saw one. But pretty much 99.9% of the people there are white. Like I said, Jamaicans is on y'all. But like I said, I can't expect anything different because Jamaicans allowed a Chinese woman to sit up there and say that Jamaica is not a black country or island, however it is that she wanted to state it. She said that it's everybody's, and I'm like, wow. I'm like, well, Jamaicans allow this. They don't correct none of these people. They don't hold on to like none of their stuff. They allow any and everybody to come up through there and basically claim to be Jamaican, and this is what you sit up there and get. Like I said, this is wild work. If I do a solo video, I'm gonna make sure to have this image where you got the white boy here, he got the image in the back. Matter of fact, let me just get this right now before I forget. That's a beautiful picture. That's a very beautiful picture. I might even put that for the front of the live stream picture. That's wild. That's wild. Like I said, man. Hey, white boys out here, they can do anything. Anything they can put their mind to, they can do it. That is some wild work. Like I said, Jamaicans, they allow that to happen. Let me see. Everybody talking about Jamaicans as well. That as well. So let me go to one of these other videos that's right up there with the foolishness. Let me see if I could find it for y'all real quick. Let me see, where did it go? Nope, that's video. Oh, another pack of foolishness. Let me get all this real quick.
The dog forward back and pick up to a fireball, no man. I no capping, man. The dog have a fireball and acid ball, you see me? Yeah, man. I see dog to you. The dog to them white, man. No capping, man. The thing you can style the dog thing again. Show them a knee cup, dog. Show them a knee cup. No boy, man. See how the dog need the white. Any bum.
You're not going to find Black Americans looking this foolish. This is what self-hate looks like. Where you sit up there and use, you look like uncooked chicken. Like you look like raw chicken. Like, this is crazy to me. And you out there and this is the craziest thing, dog. Like the universe gives you melanin, right? It gives you that because that's what is within the universe. When you look up at the night sky, you see, in a sense, you see melanin, right? You see darkness, right? And the universe is like, yo, we got, the sun and all these other types of stars out here. It's warm, it's hot. It gives off heat and UV rays. So we're going to bless you. We're going to give you something that you're going to be able to survive with, so that you can protect yourself, so that you can bask directly in the glory of, these stars, wherever, you basically happen to sit. These dummies out here, they were like, nah, I don't care nothing about that. I want to be white. It was like, nah, strip me of all of that armor. I want to be white. Look foolish. Look 1,000% foolish. Like, this is what self-hate looks like.
Black man with pussy clot catch. A bitch up. I'm doing it up. I wish I use a bomb buckler, fireball, and believe. That's cool. I'm out on the roadside to pussy clot. I'm saying, what? The amount of man get chop up. I chop up nurse, doctor, police, and pussy clot soldier. Any pussy lick me down with their care, I'll be a chop. I want to do the dog, evolve with skin color. No boy, man. The whole road of free when I'm out.
That is wild. That's wild. And they think that this is the thing. In this image, the lighter dude looked like he's going through a form of like diarrhea, on top of like, the sun is basically beaming on him and he's just having some problems. Like I said, that's why he looks a little bit red, because you don't got that melanin, in a sense, protecting you. You're receiving all of those sun's rays down there in that warm climate, and you don't got no way to sit up there and protect yourself. Like I said, if they come through with like any type of like skin cancer, that's exactly why, because they strip the melanin directly off of their body. I would not be too surprised. Like I said, straight stupidity, straight self-hate. Black Americans ain't out here doing nonsense like this. You might have like less than 1% that'll be foolish enough to do any type of dumb foolishness like this. In general, Black Americans as a whole are not doing this. Like I said, you'll find less than 1% in the United States that are practicing foolishness like this. This is what real self-hate looks like. You strip away the God-given armor away from your body so that you can appear or be closer to whiteness. That's wild. That is wild. Lord have mercy. And they think like this is really the thing. They really try to amp this up. It looks straight stupid. 1,000%. Like I said, I just. So now let's go to this next video.
We're Sudanese Americans.
Yeah, we are African Americans because Sudan is in Africa, so we're African Americans.
I know that.
That's
a
whole
nother
thing.
Because
Dr. Omar actually, we are African, created his own by definition. The term, and that's why some Black Americans say they don't want to be called African Americans because they don't feel like they have any ties to Africa.
I think reparations should be different for African Americans compared to us because we just got here.
No, we don't.
They deserve most of reparations. I'm gonna tell you this right now.
We shouldn't even be in the conversation of reparations because we're not descendants of slavery. Reparations from the how we were colonized in Africa. Yeah, we can get reparations from France and Britain and them, but we don't need to get reparations here at all.
Yeah, we'll never get it.
Can I ask this question? What are the nuances or parallels to the South Sudanese or African with the Black American experience?
Hold on.
I was growing up, most of my friends were African. And when I would say like stuff about black people, they're like, oh no, I'm not black, I'm African. And their parents would say that too. I would hear their parents say the word akata like towards black people. So I just don't think that our generation feels like that. I think it's the older generation that really feels like the separation more, just because they were.
So again, this is why I sat up there and told people that it's going to get to that point in time. This is why I use Elon Musk as, for me, my great example of African American. He is a South African, yes, but again, he is an African, born and raised, however you want to sit up and pull it, right? Born and raised directly in Africa. He came to America. That makes him African American. So again, you got white South Africaners that are here, again, just like Elon Musk. They are born and raised in Africa, and they come to America, technically making them African American. So we end up having a conversation about reparations. Now they're going to sit up there and look at, so how are we going to divvy out these reparations? Because like I said, you're going to have so many people there. You're going to have Africans and many other people that's going to raise their hands talking about like, well, I'm African American too. Why don't we get reparations and all this other type of stuff? And that's discriminatory. Like I said, people not paying attention to the play. People are not paying attention to the play. And I told people that it's going to be a moment in time that you're going to start hearing a lot of these people try to claim that they African American or trying to claim that they black, and they never claim this from the get-go. They're doing this due to the aspect of the talk of reparations, how strong it's gotten, how long the conversation has been going on, how loud Black Americans have been about it, and how there have been movements around or across the United States in certain areas where they've test trialed a form of reparations directly to the populace that is directly there. Like I said, this is try to tell people. I tried to tell people. I tried to tell people that it's going to sit up there and happen. And like I said, now people are going to start to see it more and more every single day. It's going to move away from the talk about, in a sense, who should get it first. And you're gonna have more people trying to claim it's the African American. Just like what was that? The other dude that I showed. I might play his video again because I think I got another clip of him. But one of the other dudes, he tried to sit up there and say that those from the Caribbeans are the original FBAs. And I'm like, how do y'all say that y'all the original of something before the terminology even exists? I'm like, that don't even make no type of sense. I'm like, it's crazy that whenever Black Americans establish something, here comes somebody else trying to say that they were the originals. What? How? From where? You can't be the original of something that you never even heard of, you didn't even think of. Like, like I said, these conversations out here are so disrespectful. These conversations out here are so disrespectful. I kid y'all not. Kid y'all not. Let me see. I could go for the Ghana Prime Minister. I could go directly for her. I think I might say that one for last. But let me go to this Haitian girl real quick. And hold on, let me point this out.
In here.
So I want to know that she's Haitian, right? And notice, in a sense, her presentation. This is the presentation of a Black American woman. She got like the bust down with the wig on and all the other type of stuff and yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, that's wild to me because I'm like, that's not how y'all dress over there in Haiti. Y'all ain't never look like that over there in Haiti. Like I said, the only reason that you see a lot of women like wearing this type of style now is primarily because of Black American women. The only group that I ever seen doing this, like this type of like hairstyle, Black American women. Wasn't nobody else out here doing it. Like I said, Black American women made this popular. This is why you got women over there in Africa. They're doing it. Right? Whatever hairstyles Black American women made popular here, right? And they highlight it, you see African women sitting up there doing it. It's not the reverse. It's not African women making something popular and then Black American women copying it. Nah. It's not Haitian women making a hairstyle popular and then Black American women copying it. Nah. So let's see what this Haitian got to say.
I just need to know what's the beef y'all have with my people.
Things here, and the Haitian people are trying to act like they're the African Americans that have been here and born and raised here. They're trying to portray themselves as a Black American.
And I was raised here. You feel like somebody act like a Black American? I was raised here. I was born and raised here. I'm first generation American. Fuck is you talking about?
What? I need somebody to explain to me what's first generation American. How are you first generation American? Like what? Like, excuse me. did we skip some genealogy? Did we skip some bloodlines here? Like, how are you first generation American? That don't make any. That don't, you're just Haitian American. I like it kills me when these folks pull up to the scene and they try to say that they're the first or something. If y'all the first, then we're the originals. We're the OGs. You're not before that. You're anything but. You're after, always and forever. Always and forever. Yeah, that's exactly where you are. Last. And then you trying to sit up there and get online talking about like what's your problem with Haitian people? Well, you got your Haitians out here talking wild crazy when it deals with Black Americans. You got Haitians talking out the side of their neck. Knowing that a lot of y'all decided to run and flee or use inflatable boat devices or Stretch Armstrong in order to get to the shores of the United States so that you can have a better life. Y'all literally trying to dodge storms, raindrops, and sharks, trying to sit up there and get here because that's how bad Haiti is. That's some wild work. And then once y'all get here, y'all make sure to separate directly from Black Americans. You come directly into our neighborhoods and then you start pitching up tents and then creating Little Haiti, which is separate from the Black community. You know that the Black community is not, we can't lay claims to that, nor would we even sit up and try. That's you, but it's still to the point that you segregated, right? Yourself, you divided yourself away from Black Americans, right? Or you delineated away from Black Americans while being in our own communities, of which we established and created before you even got here. Because y'all know I've never seen a little Haiti out there in the white communities. I've never seen a little Haiti out there amongst Hispanics or Mexicans, Latinos. I've never seen a little Haiti in an Asian or a Jewish community. I've never seen a little Haiti in a Mormon or a Quaker community. Y'all make sure to come directly into the Black communities and to pull this type of stuff and to be immensely disrespectful. Y'all get online and sit up there and say, we got the 1803 or 1804 energy. We the first Black Republic. We freed ourselves. And because we freed ourselves, we sat up there and also enable Black Americans to free themselves. What? Y'all try to rewrite history. Y'all try to make it seem like we will be nothing without you. And that's wild, crazy work. Y'all really try to put yourselves at every single point in history when it deals with Black Americans and talking immensely disrespectful. And then y'all get online and make videos like this talking about what's the problem that we got with y'all. Y'all don't like paying attention to what your people like, to what your people be sitting up here saying. Especially what was that one girl? And I'm going to run it back to what she said on that podcast, Dirty Black Americans. But yet y'all the ones eating mud cookies. Y'all the ones with like concrete toilets that ain't even really toilets. Your whole country directly in shambles. Your nurses and your doctors are running away from Haiti. They don't even want to stay there to try to save y'all because y'all got so much gang infestation, so much gun crime, so much violence there that they like, y'all ain't even worth saving on the island. We're going to America. You got Haitians online sitting up there talking about like they would rather out of anywhere on the planet that you can live, they would rather be in Haiti. And a young girl was sitting up here saying that when she retires, she's going to get all of her money in the United States and then she's going to retire back in Haiti. Wow. Why not retire there now? Oh, that's right. You're not going to go back there as a young woman because you already know that primarily when it deals with the gang violence and the gun violence, that it is against you. To the girls and the women that are there, it primarily happens to you. To the SV violence, it happens directly to you. Y'all don't have no protection because y'all don't really got police out there. The gangs is realistically how people want to sit up and say LA is gangland. Nah, that's Haiti. They got over like well over 250K guns directly out there on them Haitian streets. Y'all don't even really got a president. Like I said, y'all talking real greasy online to Black Americans when y'all come here, but y'all ain't talking that from back home. That's crazy. Let's keep going though.
I act American. I I act like where I'm from. But I could switch it up. But all Haitian people do not act like this. Talking about, oh, they living off of your tax dollars. Most of the Haitians I know, they come to this country, they work hard for their kids, and they make sure that their kids go to college. They come here, they become home health aides, CNAs, all this doctor shit. They go through mad bullshit in the workplace to make a living in America where they couldn't do in Haiti. They come to America and shit. They shit on the American people. And I feel like that's why the fuck y'all mad. And I'm so sick and tired of y'all always shitting on my people, bro. Y'all always shitting on my people. Leave Haitian people the fuck alone. Leave them the fuck alone. Fuck is you talking about?
And this is what I be talking about. So notice how she ignored her own people, and notice how she ignored what she said. She basically said Haitians come over here and they do better than the American people. So the United States has provided over 5.1 billion in official foreign assistance to Haiti since the devastating 2010 earthquake, as part of a total that exceeds 20 billion over the last 60 years. The United States government remains Haiti's largest bilateral donor, routing its spending primarily through the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID. Recent data indicates the following funding patterns. The total from 2021 through 2024 commitment. The United States committed over 1.1 billion in foreign aid during this fiscal period of 2024. The United States obligated 591.1 million in total aid to Haiti. Fiscal year of 2025 through 2026, agencies have reported an additional 138.3 million in starting obligations for fiscal year of 2025. They said, where does the money go? Rather than spending cash directly to the Haitian government, the United States channels nearly all funds to intermediaries. According to USA Facts tracking data, 100% of recent assistance is designated for economic and humanitarian purposes rather than direct military aid. Top partners: funds for distributing through international non-governmental organizations or NGOs, private contractors, and United Nations agencies like the World Food Program. Primary sectors: funding targets emergency food response, disaster prevention, health infrastructure, including HIV and AIDS programs via PEP, PEPFAR, and basic education. Security missions. Recent funds also include technical and financial support for international security stabilization missions to combat gang violence. So it's crazy how you're going to sit up there and say that you can come here and you can do better than Black Americans, but you're not. And then on top of that, you're in shambles over there worried about TPS, which Black Americans, again, are not. Black Americans didn't need a safety net or a safe haven when it dealt with being in the United States. We were just here. We existed. And we survived, either if we had laws or if we didn't have laws, or if it was directly in the middle. You, my friend, can't sit up there and do that because they can come directly to your little Haiti and pack you up. See, that's what happens. Like I said before, this is how crazy people are. This is what happens when you decide to delineate yourself from the populace that is there, right? So when Haitians want to segregate or divide themselves and make sure that everybody can tell the difference between Black Americans and them, this is what it looks like. This is why they can go directly to Little Haiti and just pack y'all up. You literally called yourselves Little Haiti. They can literally tell the difference between you and Black Americans. They have all of your identification. They have all of your information. They have all of your records. So like I said, and then on top of that, you got Haitians out here that voted directly for Trump and the Republican Party. So like I said, y'all did this directly to yourselves. And you want to get online and start talking crazy while being in the United States, the comfortability of the United States, and that is due and thanks to Black Americans. That's some crazy work. That is 100% some crazy work. How folks want to sit up here and start talking. That's some crazy work. Like I said before, this is why we got problems. This is exactly why we got problems. And again, like I said before, Black Americans don't normally got problems with everybody. We can normally coexist and we can just normally just be with people. It's when people start getting online and start talking wild crazy about a whole bunch of stuff that they just should not be sitting up here saying. And this is how we end up here. And then people want to sit up there and say, like, nah, it's the Black Americans. They the ones that sitting up here hating on people and all this other type of stuff. No, it's not. We're not the ones sitting up here trying to do all of this nonsense. We're not the ones trying to do all of this back and forth and all this other type of foolishness. We're normally just trying to coexist directly with people, also inform and educate people on how it is that America basically works, the government and everything else. People don't want to sit up there and listen. People don't want to sit up there and listen. They think, again, like I said before, a lot of these folks, they think that they know better. Technically, it's not even a lot. Too many of these folks, they think that they know better. They think that they know more than Black Americans. And this is how we be getting here. This is how we be getting here. So let me see. I'm trying to go to another clip. I think I gave y'all the Joy Reid video there. Let me see. Because we got another one out here. I'm trying to make sure I put the right videos up there. I ain't trying to put up nothing looking crazy. The way girls treat you when you're not a man hater. Yeah, that's the other video. Yeah. Because we got a feud. No. I can't put that. That's a nifty little fight. Yeah, I'll do this one. Oh, I can't do that because we got too many. Okay. I got to take something down real quick. Take that down. Shout out to TDO for the 2 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So, a lot of people don't know. But you got a lot of different types of terminologies for money. But the craziest thing that took place and happened was I had to cut that real quick. So this video right here, right? So let's technically sort of look at the Black aesthetic, right? I mean, you can technically say the shorts ain't really like, a Black aesthetic. I mean, technically you can, technically you can't, but at the same time, he's matching it with some J's, right? So within that would be a Black aesthetic, right? And then you see him sitting up there flexing money. I said flexing money, which you would normally see Black dudes doing, right? And the caption says this. It says, "Do you like colors?" Right? So what do you think? What do you think is going to happen here? Before I even play the video, I just want to see what people's thought process is, right? When a title says, "Do you like colors?" What do you think is going to happen? I know it's a little bit delayed, so I got to give it probably like a minute or two. Let me know. TDO said the United States dollar purchase power is down 30% as of yesterday. Fruity Bear said, "Tiger, a dirty Black Haitian." Let me see. Was it Vincent? Said Jamaican lady scammed $32 million in CV 19. Oh, CV 19 relief funds. Unbelievable. Right. Yo, what's up, Judas? Man said Brad is gonna bust out the Tram Keisha. That's wild. So shout out to Judah. So right. So we see this, right? So do you like colors? Like I said, can't make this up. Do you like colors? Right? And then you got all of them popping directly up in the screen. Now I want to know. I want to know something, right? How many in this picture? Like 4 of them. It's about 4 of them in this picture. Now I want y'all to know. Now I want y'all to sit up there and pay attention, right? Notice how quote unquote the pretty ones are directly in the camera, but notice how the one who is overweight is not in the camera. They got her off to the side, but she still technically wanted to be in the. Like I said, I be trying to sit up there and say how you got these black women sitting up there be playing other black women, and people don't want to sit up there and believe me. Why is it that y'all did this video? Again, it's derogatory in nature. It's negative in nature, right? It's a negative when it deals with black women, right? Because you never heard a black woman call themselves colored, right? But like I said, white boys and women, when I sit up there and tell y'all that white boys are winning and they can do and say anything that they want to do, I mean just that. You got 4 of them. I bet you they probably got some college education. They're independent. They got their own money. They don't need a man. I bet you they got everything. But somehow, some way, they ended up in this video with this white boy saying, who likes coloreds? But then also at the same time playing themselves while in this video, they also play their 4th friend who is not the same weight and does not look anything close to them. Like I said, it's a multitude of things wrong with these videos. This video would not exist and it wouldn't be what it is if these young black women were not in the video. He would just be up there looking stupid with the tag up there. But nope. Not at all. Not at all. What is up, Tippy? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is up there, Tippy? And shout out and thank you for the 2 jewels. Shout out to you. But like I said, I just want to highlight that you got the big friend directly in the side, and they got her cut off directly on the camera. Like they made sure she is not in there at all. They made sure that quote unquote the pretty ones, the ones that don't have weight, they made sure that they are there, and they made sure to get pretty much cover her directly out of the screen. Like I said, that's crazy. That is wild to me. Like I said, you got black women out here playing themselves and black women playing other black women. Like I said, and those 3 are supposed to be that girl's friend on the right side. Wow. So much for that sisterhood. So much for that black girl magic on both ways. Because like I said, they played themselves initially for the video. Do y'all like colors? Oh my god. Oh my god. This would have been a point in time. I would have loved to have those 2 random women that was trying to speak on the whole Usher thing. I should have brought this video directly up so I can get their opinions on it. I should have brought that video up because I would have loved to see what the excuse would have been for this. Because I promise you, they would have been like, hey, it's the black man's fault. If their black father was there in their lives, like, they wouldn't be like this. But, because black men don't love them because of their skin complexion and color. This is why, they go out there and they do stuff like this because they're seeking X, Y, and Z because, black men don't love black women with this color complexion. Like I said, it's crazy work, man. That's crazy work. That is crazy work. Crazy work. Tippy said, what I missed? You missed everything, Tippy. You missed everything. Fruity Bear says, see, this is why fathers are important. Now, Fruity Bear, I don't disagree. As stated before, black fathers are very much important. But I can also sit up there and tell you, I've known girls out there who have fathers, and they were still just like all over the place, which made no. And I'm talking about like I met the fathers, and the fathers are good dudes. Like they sit up there and work, they support the family, and they're in the house. They're in the house. They're in the house with the mother, right? But those girls were still, just they were out there. Like when you hear women sit up there and say, we outside, yeah, they were still outside. They were just still doing what it is that they wanted to sit up there and do. And I'm like, yeah, and that's why I got to the whole main point. I'm like, really, when it deals with these situations, at a point, I really feel like fathers don't even it doesn't even matter, because I've seen them with fathers and they still act like this, and I've seen them without fathers and they still act like this. So I'm like, I don't even know anymore. Mo was like, "Yep, you should have started with this video." Oh, yo, what was it? Universe. I might just start calling you Universe. But Pretty Bear said, ain't no way I would embarrass myself for a clear person. Judah said, it's y'all's fault for the community. Not protecting these snowbirds. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yo, what is up, Lunch? What is going on? What's up, D Love? What is up, Freedom? You said this is why men need to do research before dating or picking a partner. Personally, men in general should never get married. Should never get married. Marriage is a dumb deal nowadays. I mean, yeah, divorce rates are fairly high. It's ridiculous. You got a better chance of hitting the lottery with the way that these divorce rates are looking. It's crazy. Tibby said, "Oh snap! I see black women with a blonde wig. Sorry, not cute at all. Stop, women, stop wearing those ugly blonde wigs." Oh, wait, I think you must be talking about. Wait, was that the one in the back? Wait, was it? Let me see. I got it. Yeah, it's the one in the back. Yeah. Like I said, that's I don't know what to tell you, Tippy. I've seen that for well over a decade. It's not going to stop no time soon. Chrissy said, "I hope you have actual important topics to discuss." I'm confused. What forever do you mean? What forever do you mean? Let me please, Maz, do not ban the lady here. I just want to have a conversation. What topics do you mean? For Chrissy. What do you mean? What type of topics are you talking about? Like geopolitics, world economics? Are you talking about like social events, things political, other countries? Like what specifically do you mean by you hope that I have actual important topics? You said stop paying them any attention. But why would I do that? I thought that if a black man loves black women, he should give them attention no matter what. And if a black man can happen to spot something that is wrong, indeed wrong, then he should put some type of form of correction directly out there or inform people of the wrongness of the video, because you said that I shouldn't pay attention to it, but this white dude pulled up with money and the title of the video said, "Do you like coloreds?" So I shouldn't be pointing out how wrong this is and how this is derogatory. I shouldn't point that out. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm waiting for if I have the name correct. If I mispronounce your name, my apologies. I'm talking about Chrissy. Hopefully she is actually still here. Hopefully nobody got rid of her. Let me see. Is she still there? Let me see. Yeah, okay, yeah. She's still good. She ain't get banned or nothing. So I'm waiting for her to write something back. No, Freedom said, if I was to win the lottery, I won't say a word, but there will be signs, fresh and so clean. Song will be playing. Oh, yeah, that's classic. That's classic. Yeah. Tibby says, Cedric, remember the black female letting her white dude feed her dog food? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That video still gets played online. and I have yet to sit up there and see fields of divestors, going against that video. Never seen it. It's crazy work. Bubba said, well, let's reverse it. What if it were black dudes with a white woman that said, do you like colors? I would still laugh at the video and I'll be clowning them as well too, because I'm like, that's crazy. But with the way that the song that they got playing for the video, I feel like it'll be a whole different video. I feel like they might be like voguing or something directly in that video or whatnot. Pretty Bear said we have to hold our community accountable. Jermaine, what's up? You said, speaking of lottery, what's your thoughts on them supposedly allowing foreigners to do the lottery now? Oh, it's over. You'll never see another Black American winner if you got foreigners doing a lot. It's over. It's over now. You're going to see a lot of they folks sitting up there winning, pulling out hundreds of millions and billions of dollars. They're going to rig that. It's going to be looking like the Monopoly game that got rigged back in the early 2000s or the 90s. It's going to be looking terrible. Vincent said, do you as long as you're not being hateful and derogatory. Lunch is sitting up here rolling. I guess they ain't coming back. I don't know. I think I did say Chrissy. I think I butchered that name. Carsey, that's what it was. Might have still mispronounced the name, but for whatever reason, like I said before, when I want to have these conversations with people just automatically just like they just clock out for some reason. Like, yo, this is some crazy work. Like you really want to have a conversation with folks and they just magically disappear on you. That's some wild work. And I know the person ain't writing like a paragraph. I know they ain't writing a paragraph. Like, that's wild to me. Like I said, this is another reason I love doing, live streams, because it's not just, you talking back to a video. Like, I can actually see you. I see you and I can sit up there and respond. But, in a lot of cases, I guess people don't like the response once they get highlighted on the Jumbotron, right? But since she wanted to sit up and say, did I have actual topics? I do, and I'm going to play something that I played earlier this week. Well, actually, I'm sorry. It wasn't even early this week. I gave you guys this video was it earlier this morning? So if I'm going to keep her comment directly up here. So if the lady is up here and other women that are like her are directly within this chat, again, I don't bite. As long as you don't talk to be crazy, we good, right? But I want to get y'all opinions because we got quite a few people here, so I want to happen to get y'all opinions. This is another video that I feel like Mo would have been like, yeah, you should have played this video too first. I thought about it, but I just didn't because I wanted to go through the other videos. But let's look at this real quick just in case you didn't see it.
Be a teacher right now. I'm a substitute teacher. Is there a problem with me being a teacher? What exactly is your concern?
What? Hold on. Okay, so you did. Okay, so you are still there. I guess it just took a minute for you to type. Got you. So you said, I'm not a lady. Focusing on interracial relationships is a waste of time. These types of embarrassing themselves and their own problem. True, it is embarrassing, right? But the reason of the focus, it's not purely just because they're in a interracial relationship. It's how people go about it and how that can be demeaning, how it can be detrimental and very much disrespectful, and how people want to present that relationship, which again, from an outsider looking in, my perception of it makes it seem as though that you're only with the person specifically for a quote unquote race play, just specifically because they are white, right? Which again, that's problematic. If you want to be with somebody who is different, you're with them because you love them. You with them because you care. You identify with certain qualities or you guys fit or mesh very well, which leads to the whole thing of like, hey, you love this person and you want to further the relationship and get engaged and get married and all this other type of stuff, versus them focusing directly on the color aspect, which is in a lot of cases, especially when it deals with divestors and these swirlers, that's what they like to focus on. Right. So case in point, going directly, back to your comment, just take a listen to this one divestor here, right?
Here I am in school to be a teacher. Right now I'm a substitute teacher. Is there a problem with me being a teacher? What exactly is your concern with me being a teacher? What's the problem? But don't worry, Black King. I'll wear a t-shirt with your face on it when the police get you. Inevitably. Inevitably. It's bound to happen. I'll wear a t-shirt. Or maybe I'll make a GoFundMe for you. Whatever you prefer. Just let me know now so I can do it and be my best and be an ally to you. Do you want like your face in the clouds, or do you want like what do you want on your t-shirt? Oh brother. Oh brother. Ooh, I do. And they're sweet. And I teach all over my city, so I've encountered many different types of children from different backgrounds. I mean, I could have said something worse. I could have called you like a walking target or a bullet bag or something like that. This is why I can't interact with the walking targets. No, only you. Like, I think out of everyone, I think the Black man is number one to become like his chance of death goes up by 95% at a traffic stop. I can't relate to that. I'm sorry that happens to you. Interesting that you assume he's Black. Interesting that I assume that I think you'll hush when the police push you up against the car and knock you upside the head with the club. I think that would make you hush. The funny part is that could actually happen to you, literally like tomorrow. I can't relate to that though. Like I totally, like I don't know how that feels to be like a piece of shit who might die in a traffic stop, but since you do, I'm just sending you my condolences, and I empathize with you, Black King. Is it this or this? It's this. I see you, Black King. Like I said, whenever it's time to make those t-shirts or it's time to make that GoFundMe after you get beat to death by a club, like a police club, like I will be right there. I'll be the first one to start the GoFundMe. Like I promise.
So to the car individual, this is what it sounds like when you listen to a divester, somebody who is into interracial relationships. This is why I tend to focus in on this and why I put up the videos that I do. Because this woman stated that she is a substitute and or a teacher at the point in time. She stated that this video is 3 years old. And again, it doesn't matter the age of the video. It's the fact that she has this type of mentality and she thinks that it is okay to have this type of mentality when talking about Black men. If she looks at Black men in this type of way, why would you not think that she will look at young Black boys in this type of way? You can't separate that. Those are still Black males at the end of the day. If you see Black men a certain type of way, you're going to see Black males in general, don't matter the age range, the exact same type of way that you see Black men. And she's the one that people are supposed to hand their kids, their young Black kids directly over, their young Black male kids directly over. She's supposed to be allowed to teach and to be directly around them. Nah. So I'm supposed to ignore this. I'm not supposed to sit up there and highlight this. I'm not supposed to point this out and talk about it. Nah, like I said, that's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing. Like, that don't make no type of sense. Like, what Black parent in their right mind would want their Black male child anywhere near this woman? She's sitting up here calling Black men in general walking targets, bullet bags, saying that I support you, King. I will sit up there and make a t-shirt for you with your face in the clouds, automatically hoping and wishing for the death of a Black male directly out here. Talking about Black men got a 95% rate of basically dying whenever they get stopped. It's like, I can't relate to that because I'm not a Black male. Huh? I could have sworn, didn't we have Black women that were getting accosted by the police as well too and losing their lives? But like I said before, I guess the numbers aren't high enough, so it doesn't matter. So she's quote unquote a Black woman that is looking over the bodies of the Black women who have lost their lives. It don't matter if it's at traffic stops. It don't matter if they were getting arrested coming from a dollar store, which I've covered videos like that too. It doesn't even matter if they lost their life directly in a police precinct at a jail. She's like, I don't care nothing about what happened to those Black women because those numbers don't matter. Let's focus directly on the Black men and laugh and mock about their deaths and what's specifically happening with them. Because I find a type of joy directly in that. But these are the same women who sit up there and say that they Black girl magic, that they care for Black women. These are the same ones that like to sit up there and say that they are the most intelligent, that they got the most degrees, the most college educated, the most independent, the first of the first, the creative civilization, the most loving, the most nurturing. I don't see none of that here. But yet you're saying that I shouldn't talk about or highlight this type of rhetoric, this harmful type of rhetoric. It shouldn't be acknowledged, and it shouldn't. Other people shouldn't be made aware of it, because, like I said, she's one of many. Because, and I'll put it to you like this, because I've had some people directly under the video decide to sit up there and tell me, they were like, oh, well, she's a tether. It don't matter if she's a tether or not, because you still got Black American women that follow her. Like, do people not understand that? Like that, like I said, people are missing a point. It don't matter if she's Black American or if she's not Black American. For face value, she is a Black woman. And that's what people are going to look at. And again, even if she is, quote unquote, a tether, she still has Black American women that side and follow her. We still got Black American women that have this exact same thought process, of which I've covered directly here on these platforms. Like, this is crazy to me. Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, where are people going with this? Like, the person is a tether, so that just means that you ignore this? Because, like I said before, I didn't point out other women who are foreign. I didn't set up there and showcased not even clips, images of you guys when Twitter did the update about a year or so ago because of Elon, and it divulged the information of where a lot of these profiles are from. And I showcased the fact that some of these divester profiles who, quote unquote, preach all of this hate about Black men in the United States, they're from like Sierra Leone. They're from like the Congo. They're from South Africa. They're from Paris. They're from Germany. They're from South Korea and all these every other place that's not America. But they still got Black American women that subscribe directly to them, that donate directly to them, that repost a lot of their footage, that agree with their sentiments, that like a lot of their statuses and everything that they throw directly up. So it's like, you trying to say that this woman is like a tether, you're ignoring everything that comes with it. You're ignoring everything that comes directly with it. It doesn't nullify the fact that you got Black American women that agree with her and that talk just like her. Like the amount of Black women that I got that show up on Double G. We're not going to sit up there and say that they're tethers. We're not going to sit up there and say that. Matter of fact, whenever I happen to hear videos of quote unquote the Black men talking about Black women, I do not get the exact same type of responses. I don't have fields of people telling me like, oh, that's not even a Black man. That's a tether. That dude, he's probably African. He probably Jamaican. He's probably Caribbean. He's probably Haitian. He probably not even one of us. I'll never hear y'all saying that. Whenever y'all see women like this, automatically everybody's like, oh yeah, this is a tether. She ain't Black American. Huh? But automatically when it's a Black man saying something about Black women, automatically they're Black American. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Anytime a Black man speaks negatively about a Black woman, it has to be a Black American man. But anytime we hear this type of nonsense and it quote unquote appears to be a Black American woman, automatically it's questioned. People, I need more research. I need blood tests. I need to see what the bloodline is looking like. Where they really from? Let me sit up there and start looking around the internet and looking for information. Now all of a sudden everybody want to be detectives and they want to know more. That's crazy to me. That's 100% crazy to me. Like I said, automatically when it deals with this, folks are innocent. If it appears to be a Black man, guilty. No questions, no ifs, ands, or buts. Yo, this is wild. Man. Yo, this is crazy. This is wild. Like I said, I love y'all though, but it's like, yo, I don't know what to tell y'all sometimes. Like some of the responses I'll be getting underneath some of these videos is wild. Matter of fact, where is the one image? I got one image. Matter of fact, let me bring this up before we continue the video with this woman. Right? Let me just get this clip real quick. Give me a quick second. All right, there we go. And let me put, and this is directly from the channel, right under this the exact same video with the woman that you see speaking. This is from the channel. Is it in download? Yeah, where is it at? Is it in downloads? Yeah. Okay, there we go. So this is what we got, right? So let me get the individual card directly off the screen real quick, right? So let me just go back to the comment. So the person, the cat's pajamas said, I'm not buying her explanation. She meant every word of what she stated, and what she said was on some BS that I find abhorrent. However, there always has to be a but. What you're not going to do is what Wait, what you're not going to do is lay how black men treat black women at her feet. Her being this way is not now and will never be an excuse for a black man to treat all black women the way he feels about her. Let me just zoom this in for myself. Okay. Feels about her treats. Well, let me go back. Excuses. Da, da, da. He feels about her. That's not her thing. That's a him thing. Just like a black man robbing a store does not excuse the owner treating every black man the way they feel about the robber. Back to what I was saying. Black men have been treating black women like dirt beneath their shoes since before this woman was born, even since before slavery. Huh? Even back in the day when black women tried to be whatever you wanted and bowed down to you and tried to be perfect, virtuous women, they were still being used and abused and degraded by black men. Back when women didn't wear pants and did all of the ladylike respectability things, y'all were forcing sex and 20 children on them. And then go across town and start another family with another woman. So please, sir, stop the lies and get a grip expeditiously. The way she talks is the fruit of / a direct result of how black men treat black women. Her words and other women like her are black men's treatment of black women coming back to bite. This is the fruit of centuries of treatment. You reap what you sow. So if you're looking for someone to blame, blame your brethren, and your ancestors. So Miss Whitaker, another one, said this. She said, do you mean the black men that are with their snow bunnies, that they denigrate black women online together, even though we just clearly watched the video of a divester? But never mind. And again, they're posting this under the same video. Or do you mean the black men that celebrate a black woman being unalived by her mate? I've never celebrated that. But all right. We are choosing celibacy and to be child free. How do you say you're choosing celibacy and to be child free when you're going out there dating men of other races? You're going to Jamaica to get cracked. What are you talking about? What are you talking? Like this is the foolishness. Let me just stop it directly on this bird right here, on this white taker bird right here. I want y'all to understand. I did 2 videos where it dealt with black American women going to Jamaica, right, taking vacations. Jamaican women are not taking vacations to go magically have relations, unprotected relations with Jamaican men. That doesn't make sense. They got Jamaican men here that they can do that with, right? Black American women were going down to Jamaica to pull a Stella Got Her Groove back, and they were having unprotected relations with these men on these rafts. So all the videos where you see the black American women, they getting rubbed down and all this, yeah, they also having relations with those dudes unprotected. And in other instances, they were using trash bags as condoms in the water. And these are black American women now using trash bags as condoms in order to have unprotected relations. You can't make this double. And the craziest part is this ain't just coming from me. I got the video of a black American woman talking about the black American women doing this down there because she was able to see it. You can either hear them, you can see in one video, there was a woman literally doing stuff on the side, on the far side. You can sit up there and see them actually doing stuff in the water. I'm like, yo. But like I said, I'm wrong when I sit up there and bring up and talk about stuff like this. And like I said, and this is why I sit up there and call out this foolishness. She's talking about like, yeah, we sitting up here choosing celibacy and being child free. Now you just choosing to be with other men that are not black American and those STDs that come with those guys. That's what you're doing. How do you leave the United? So you mean to tell me that you travel to a whole nother country and you don't think to protect your body? Word? That's what you're doing? You go to another country to have relations, unprotected relations with another man. seeking those type of relations. And you mean to tell me that you don't protect yourself as a black woman? So this is why I sat up there and said before, when it deals with black women and these STD rates in the United States, you gotta also, we need to get some notes on how many of these women been out there traveling outside of the country. Because I promise you, when a lot of these black women, when they travel outside of the country, they're not doing a my chart. They're not going to Herman Kiefer. Well, I'm talking about Detroit, but they're not going to whatever medical area that they need to go take whatever vacation partner that they just found within 5 minutes of landing. They're not taking them to go get tested. They're just going out there just doing it. But like I said, if you're a black man here in America, they're going to be like, no, I want to wait. We're going to wait 3 whatever months or whatnot or whatever. I need you to take several tests. I need to see on my chart all this, which is all good and fine. I don't got no problem with that. Everybody should be protected. Everybody should know their status, right? So again, I ain't demonizing black women for that. But how you want to press the issue when it deals with black American men, but you don't press that issue when it deals with men of other areas of other races is 1000% crazy. That's what I am critiquing. That's what I do have a problem with. And then people want to talk about how black women in America got these high STD rates. A lot of these black women travel. How many videos have you seen on social media where black women are going over there to Korea? They're going over to Japan. They're going over to Europe. They're going to Africa. They're going to Jamaica. All of these places, and they're being with men over there. Don't just think that they're just traveling and they're not magically going on these dates and having one night stands. They are. The stuff that they quote unquote say that they would never do here, they're doing that in other countries because they have the liberty and the ability to do it, because don't nobody know their name, don't nobody know their face, and ain't nobody going to track them down, and can't nobody spread word, because it is what it is out there. Now, if it's back home, they're going to be cautious about it. Like I said, this is clown work, dog. Third said, what, a trash bag? Yeah, that was a video that should have been back in like 2023. That I brought that video directly up because there was a lot of stuff going on, talking about like Jamaica and in the islands and everything of the sort. Like I said, it's crazy. It's 1,000% crazy. 1,000% crazy. 1,000% crazy. But now, going to the last part of this comment. What did she say? She said, we are choosing peace and we love it here, I guess. Then the person, Divine, she came back and said, explain the difference between her and Jesse Lee Peterson. Okay, well, Jesse Lee Peterson, he is sucking directly up to white folks, and he is not for black people at all. He finds that white people are superior and that it should always be that way and always stay that way. Right, he feels that white people are just always they should always be the top dog and nothing but that black folks are lower than any other human being. That's who Jesse Lee Peterson is. He is not in him and her are not in the exact same area. Not in the exact same area at all. And I think he's also a pastor. Next, she said the difference between her and Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels originally sat up there and talked the same exact talk that he gave directly to women. He originally did that with men. So it doesn't matter if it was dealing with weight. He called men fat. He said that they were out of shape. He said that they needed to sit up there and work out. He said he corrected them on a lot of things when they wanted to boast themselves, like, yo, I can get any woman out here and all this. And he was like, okay, you can get any woman out here. He was like, so what's your size? And the dude started stuttering. He didn't even know what he was like, what you mean? He was like, you know what I mean? He's like, what's your size? And when the dude mentioned it, he was like, yeah, you ain't getting nothing with that. See, he started laughing at it. He was like, you ain't getting no women with that. You don't got no roster of women with that. He was like, why are you lying? Like, why you gotta sit up there and lie yourself like that? Right. And he called him out for that lie. And then the next thing he called him out for was his weight, and he called him out for his height. Because the dude was trying to, sit up there and make it seem like he's that guy, and he's really not. But it's easy for him to sit up there and say that he's that guy because he's talking to Kevin Samuels, across the phone or online or whatever, and can't nobody actually see what he looks like, right? It got the anonymity to it, right? But like I said, Kevin Samuels broke down a lot of men and put them directly in a place that they needed to sit up there and be, because a lot of folks out here do not live in reality. And a lot of those dudes that were calling directly into Kevin Samuels did not live in reality. People didn't know how to bathe properly. They didn't know how to dress. Hygiene was just off the charts. didn't properly use deodorant, couldn't sit up there and wash their backside. Like it was a whole bunch of stuff Kevin Samuels was sitting up there getting on men about. But like I said, people didn't care nothing about that. Women wasn't trying to hear nothing about that. They didn't care. Even though women complain about guys out here not bathing properly and all this other type of stuff, women were not tuning in to sit up there and hear all of that. What did women tune into? When the focus is primarily only on women, that's when women tune in. That's when women want to sit up there and focus up. That's when they want to pay attention. Women pay attention more when they deem you to be hateful or disrespectful versus when you are loving, caring, and nice. And that is just the facts. So this is why a whole bunch of women hate Kevin Samuels, because they tuned into him, because they automatically listened and all they heard was hate. And from their point of view, from their opinion, all they heard was hate. But I can literally match up the videos, like the exact same stuff that he was saying to women. He already said that to men. He already said that to men. On top of trying to train men and teach them how to be a man, right? How to sit up there and move in life as a man, how to conduct yourself as a man, even when it dealt with the dating scene, giving them tips, giving them hints, correcting certain types of behaviors and everything of the sort. And like I said before, the other difference with Kevin Samuels is that women were calling in. He didn't ask them to call in. Women were calling in to get advice to specifically talk directly to him. That's the other thing that a lot of these women who hate Kevin Samuels don't want to mention. Women were knocking on his door to get his attention. It wasn't the other way around. And then you also had women coming on to Kevin Samuels' show, and it was like, I want to sit up there and thank you for, what you said, because it made me a better girlfriend, made me a better wife, it made me a better woman. You saved my marriage, you saved my relationship, and all this other type of stuff. Those same women who hate Kevin Samuels, they don't want to sit up there and list any of those videos where those women were calling in. And this is before the whole thing, like, oh, it was AI, it was ChatGPT. That was before any of this stuff. So they can't sit up there and say that it was some AI type of stuff where Kevin Samuels, had those positive moments with women and all that. Nah. Like I said, you have a lot of women that don't want to pay attention, that don't want to sit up there and listen when men are specifically being straightforward and directly honest. A lot of women say that they like honesty. It's a lie. A lot of women do not like honesty. A lot of women like to be lied to, and that's just a fact. This is why you got so many women out here talking about, like, oh, this dude, the street dude, he sat up there and played me, and he actually had like 19 different women on his roster and all this other type of stuff. It's like, yeah, of course he did, because you allowed him to sit up there and lie to you because you like to be lied to. That's exactly what it is. So now the next thing that we got here, let me see. She said fresh and fit. Fresh and fit is vastly different due to the fact that one is Arab and the other one is, I think he's like Jamaican or something. They both have directly stated that they are not Black American men. They both stated that, and they've both gone in both on Black American men. They've both gone on Black American men, Black American women, the kids, and the whole community. So again, another clear cut difference. It's not even the same thing at all. So to try to sit up there and pair her up with Fresh and Fit, again, that's highly ridiculous. Another one, later on she said, are Black women to infer from the examples I provided that Black men are the enemy, or is she individually problematic and needs to be checked like the other folks mentioned above? People have checked Jesse Lee Peterson. Men have come directly on that platform and also shut him down from any of his talking points that he's had, and then he didn't have nothing to say, and he just goes into the whole spiel of, that's amazing, wow, like he does that whole type of thing, right? What was it? Kevin Samuels, he's gotten some pushback from people as well too. But the crazy part is, with the whole thing, the whole pushback of Kevin Samuels, anybody who was in the social media limelight during that time, who quote unquote outwardly did not like Kevin Samuels, after he passed, all of them started taking notes. They started basically stealing his talking points and everything from what he was sitting up there doing. Even Kendra G, who has that dating show, she started basically talking to Black women just like Kevin Samuels was talking to Black women. Did you hear Black women sitting up there saying that they don't, that Kendra G is this type of person? No, they wasn't saying that. They wasn't saying it at all. There was also other Black women who were these relationship coaches, and they were saying that, Black women are uncoachable. that they can't sit up there and specifically deal with black women in the dating world because their expectations are too high. Like they just got these imaginary type of things, these fantasies that don't fit within reality. And you had black female dating coaches who've been doing this for 15 to 20 years. They was like, yo, I'm quit. I'm out of here. It was like, y'all on your own. And that was a black woman. And like I said, fresh and fit, they always get pushed back. It don't matter of what demographic, what ethnicity. You didn't have men of all over the planet sit up there and give pushback to fresh and fit. So it's crazy that, like I said before, people want to sit up there and talk, but they don't actually pay attention. They don't actually do the research. If this woman writing all of this nonsense down here would have done her research, she would have realized over the years that all of the men that she listed have received pushback one way or another, or just all together. But like I said, people just want to sit up there and talk just to sit up there and talk. And again, that makes no sense. Like I said, you just got birds out here talking. Right. So the next thing that we got at the very bottom, Pajamas, she stated that where's the lie? This is a response directly to me because I sat up there and told her from the very first comment that she had up top. I sat up there and said whatever you got to say, because I highlighted the part that she wanted to basically say that black men have been treating the black women negatively or whatnot since the beginning of time. I'm like, all right, dog. I'm like, I could have sworn people said that black women were the first. So how could we be doing something from the beginning of time when black men didn't exist, when this planet only had black women on it? I'm just trying to figure out, like, which one is it? Did we go by the Bible? Did you come directly from our rib? Or were you the ones here first? Or were we just here, together and we just had to figure things out? Because I can play a whole different video if I can go back to the other girl, because it was one woman on here. She wanted to sit up and say that. Matter of fact, before I even get to this last comment, I'm going to sit up there and try to find the rest of that video. Let me play the rest of this woman's video real quick. Let me let this roll.
So I'm about to go get breakfast. I'm just going to address this. This is the last time I'm addressing it. I'm done with it on the timeline. Like, if you tried to poke at me or interact with me about this whole situation, about that 3-year-old video surfacing, which we'll talk about later, then I'm literally just going to ignore you and not going to talk to you. So first of all, let's start with this. I am not a teacher anymore. And I was not a full-time certified teacher. I was a long-term substitute, which means when a teacher gets pregnant or injured or has a long time out, they hire a substitute to continue curriculum. I was doing that. I loved the children. I was supportive. I had boundaries, and I was really good at what I did. However, I looked inside myself. You guys see the type of person I am on the internet, right? I'm a troll. I'm low vibrational, that type of person. We need sweet teachers. We need like dolly teachers. Like, oh dear, like we need that. I'm not being like, I'm not the best person. I'm not the type of person that should be teaching children. That should be someone more wholesome. I do love children. I care about the well-being of children. So I would never harm a child. So to accuse me of harming children or picking on children or harassing black male students is like ridiculous, because you're not a child. You're a grown-ass man arguing with a woman. Of course I'm going to get on your ass. But anyway, that's that. Secondly, that video was one of many lives that I made. I, on TikTok, had a following, about the same following I have on here. And I got it from trolling and, like, Zament posting and kind of just being, like, stupid. I was like an LOL cow, whatever. I made lives, and I one time had a live about race mixing. No one seems to care about that, though. And it was, like, talking shit about race mix. Just troll shit. Talking shit about controversial topics. Really being as controversial as possible to try to get engagement and get people to come into my live was my thing. I don't know why the one live, it was an hour long, where I spent 10 minutes going back and forth with Tariq, critical black male, because he was poking and prodding at me in my live, which back then, I didn't even talk shit. I wasn't even like how I was on this account. I literally would just say white. I was just like more of like a divester. Like, oh, white men are cute. I like white men. And he fucking lost it and would start poking and prodding at me, and he clipped that live. I said those things, but he clipped that live and got all of that. I feel like a lot of you also don't have literacy, because nowhere in the video did I say I pick on children. Nowhere in the video did I badmouth my students. I literally, in the video, in the first 10 seconds, say that I teach all over my city, different demographics, different backgrounds. I love my students. I taught on the west side of my city. That was my favorite place to teach. Those kids are wonderful. They're full of light, and they're full of hope. So shut that down. Like, that's disgusting. You're weird. Lastly, because this is the last time I'm addressing this, I'm literally an LOL cow. I'm a troll. Use this energy that you're using to attack me, call me fat, call me ugly, call me chopped. Oh, she's a bedwench, she's this. How about you use that revolutionary pro-black energy that you seem to have and actually put it into your community? Let's fight systemic racism. Let's fight systematic racism.
Notice how she
Let's
said
get
your community.
more black and brown kids in positions of power and influence. Instead of arguing with women, why don't you do something with all that anger that you're feeling towards me? How about we try to combat white supremacy? How about that? No, we're just going to argue with LOL cows who troll on the internet. Literally, I am not a divester. I've been with white men, black men, brown men, Hispanic men, Indian men, Asian men, mixed men. I've been with many men. Sounds bad. What I mean is, like, I don't discriminate at all based on race or color or creed. I care more about your personality and your ideologies, the way that you think, the way that you speak, things like that. That's what really matters. So I'm done here. I'm just addressing this one last time. Like I said, if you like bother me at this point, I'm not even going to interact with you. And honestly, for you, I'm an LOL cow. I feed off of the attention. So the more attention and engagement you give me, the worse it's going to get. This is not an apology video. Like, oh, she's apologizing. I'm just explaining some things. I'm not apologizing. I can't take back what I said. So there's no point in saying sorry or apologizing. I was literally trolling and being silly. Everyone knows that black men and black women suffer high rates of police brutality, medical mistreatment due to racism, etc. But anyway, thank you for listening to me yap. I'm about to go get some breakfast and go for a walk probably. I hope you all have a great day. Thank you for listening if you watched the whole video.
So remember how she said she was with many, 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 many men? Many, 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 many men. Bed when she is, Lord. I don't know how. Like I said before, you can't take these folks serious. You can't take these folks serious. And she wants to, like I said, just like in the video how I had a title, you can't take this back. You can't walk this back either. She's trying to fall back. Oh, I'm just a internet LOL. Like I said, I looked up the term. I'm like, no, you are a divester. You stated that your preferences are wide, right? You date everybody. You're all over the world, right? You in different area codes. And that's why you caught yourself. He's like, yeah, that sounds bad. Yeah, it does, because you've been sleeping with all of these men. You don't got no type of ring. You don't got no type of consistent relationship. You ain't in no type of marriage. You're single. You still sitting up here talking. But then you got the nerve to sit up there and primarily talk about black American men in a negative light, which is crazy to me. But like I said, I'm pretty sure you had some type of bad treatment or negative treatment or whatnot, whatever, by these men of other races. But you're not going to sit up there and talk about them because you're going to deal it as a one-off situation. If you had these negative situations dealing with one or two or three black men, you're going to say that this is all black men. Like I said, this is what white people do in the white community. They were like, oh, no, that's just one person. That's not indicative of the whole white population. But when it is the blacks, it's all the blacks. It's all the blacks all the time. If they're black, they attack, right? That's the type of thing that they like to sit up there and do. And I'm like, that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing through her, I'm hearing how white people normally talk about black people. She's just specifically talking directly about, black men, right? Then on top of that, I think the person did come back a little bit early. Let me see if I can go back. Let me see. What was it? You said, I'm not telling you what to do with your channel. It just seems that the women who say that she hates black men gets more attention than the women who say, well, again, people pay more attention to negativity, correct? I told people before, I've highlighted videos where black women and black men have said that they love both black men and black women. That didn't get no type of looks. That didn't really get no type of attention. I've even put up videos myself that didn't get no type of looks. That didn't get no type of attention. And I'm not talking about I put up those videos when I first started this platform. I'm talking about when I had a lot of subscribers and and people coming directly to the videos. It'd be like that. People are more attracted to the negative. What you want me to sit up there and do about that? There's nothing I can do about that. Like I said, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So I'm going to be where the people are. If people are focused on negativity at this moment in time and negative things that people got to say, I'm going to be right there walking with them. I'm not going to do the whole thing where I'm trying to walk, 20 years ahead and be focused and doing all this other. That don't make any type of sense. That don't make any type of sense. If you're thinking about the future and people thinking about the present, you're going to be walking by yourself in the future. That's exactly how it works. Like I said, I can go by the videos that I've done and I can look directly at that. But if you meet people exactly where they are, you got more of an attempt or more of a time to actually have conversations with people. Right. And then everybody can walk directly to that destination that you want people to sit up there and walk directly at. But like I said, it's not my fault that people choose to focus on what it is that people want to focus on. That's not my fault. Like I said, I look at what people tend to look at, what people tend to watch. There are analytics, there are statistics directly to this. It ain't my fault. It's the way that the world works. It's nothing I can do about that. I can either not go with it or I can go directly with it. And I'm moving with the flow of time. That's clearly what I'm doing. So, But I did find that video. So let me let y'all hear this video real quick. Let me see. I gotta minimize these here. I think it should be down. Nope. That's not her. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Let me let y'all hear this video real quick.
Different way, but I'm gonna go ahead and just spit it out. Let me give you a list of facts really quickly. Hypothetically, of course. The oldest human bones were found in Africa and were female. According to the government, aliens exist, as in non-human entities also are on Earth. Women can reproduce asexually. If you are Christian or at least believe in what the Bible says, then we are living in a curse and in an inversion of nature. All right, what do all four of those things have in common? I think men are the aliens. Here's the story. I'm gonna lose some of y'all, but just try to follow along before you comment or before you debate with me. Just think about what I'm saying for a second, okay? So woman was the original person, and women could reproduce asexually, so we did not need men to reproduce. The first species of humans were all female. Aliens. Aliens come in the form of man. Women are curious. We are loving, nurturing, nature-bound individuals. So when we see anything, we took care of the entire earth, you hear me? So when we see this new entity that looks kind of like us, doesn't really know anything, we're curious. We raise it. We want to, nurture it. Fast forward to the Lilith fact, allegedly, and man overpowers woman and he rapes her. He impregnates her with the first male-female children, Cain and Abel. And we never really mixed that well, right? Like men and women, they used to say all the time that we were from different planets. So in order to keep this matrimony together, what did men have to do? Marriage, slavery, bondage, entrapment, and infiltration. Having babies with aliens created alien human hybrids. So again, women were able to reproduce without men before this time.
So I would also like to put directly in there, which for whatever reason she's not putting in there, that would also mean that every woman is a lesbian. Because if you're not having relationships with men, that would also mean that you're having relationships with women. Women are very emotional. Women do seek and like companionship. So you're not going to sit up there and tell me that every woman on the planet like were some Navi and they were just asexual. Like basically every woman on the planet was an Namekian. Y'all were just like spitting eggs directly out of your throat, and they were just like flying across the continent somewhere and landing, and then a new life would start without a parent. Like, what are we talking about? Like, this is how ridiculous that a lot of this stuff basically gets when you start to hear a lot of it. Like, so magically at a point in time you were asexual and then you lost it. So everything on this planet started off as a woman. All right, cool, fine. So, which also meant that you should also be the strongest of the strongest. You should also be the most knowledgeable, right? You should not fall to any type of deceit. So, magically, some alien beings of which you've never seen before were able to deceive you in such a way that it stripped you of your original power. And they sat up there and took it. And then, after they took your original power, they set you up with slavery, bondage, and marriage in order to keep you directly in that perpetual thing so that you could never be what you originally were. All right. Okay.
And of course, we have nurture and love for the things that we give birth to, as well as everything else on Earth. So when we had these alien babies, we took care of them like our own. And here's where it's going to get a little crazier. I do think that the female children that were born continued to be human, but the males were something else. That's it. That's the whole theory. I know you guys are going to want to say all type of stuff. It's plausible, okay? It is totally plausible, and I think that if you listen to the whole thing, I appreciate you. If you have things that you want to say, first of all, I'm not saying that aliens are even bad necessarily. I'm not saying anything is good or
You
bad. So
did.
before you guys come in here
You
trying to say
did.
that I'm bashing men, no, I'm
You,
not.
you did.
No, I'm not.
You said that in order for men to basically exist, you said that basically took your bodies by force. We stripped you of your powers, and then in order to keep you in that perpetual cycle of not being as powerful as you were, we put you in bondage, we put you in slavery, and we put you in marriage. That's what you just said. And then then she started walking back. I'm not bashing men. You are, because you also said that y'all never needed men at all. Men didn't even exist on this planet. You were basically saying that you were the gods here. And I'm like, um, I'm just looking at electricity. I'm looking at the architecture. I'm looking at even weather modification technology, even what she's using. All of the tech that she's more than likely using right now. Like I said, for God's sake, she's in a house. So a woman built that. Like what? Jesus Christ, Jesus. Woo! Let me tell you.
This is just an astute, acute observation of a lot of different theories or a lot of different facts that can come together to make a
A
pretty
lot of
cohesive
different
story.
facts.
Y'all believe the Bible by itself? Why not believe everything else, okay? Men are aliens, women are original humans. There you go. This
And then she sat up there and said that when women continue to have girls, that they are humans, but then when women give birth to males, they're alien. What, brother? The hoops and loops that this woman is sitting up here doing right now, just to sit up there and say that men are not needed. Yo, that is crazy. Yo, Third said you by her logic. So men travel tens of millions of light years with no women to keep their/our gender going till they reach Earth. Yeah, so that would also mean that men are able to reproduce as well too. That we didn't need women. Like how would like Jesus Christ, dog. Great point by Third. That is a very astute observation. Because like I said, she left that directly out. If the Earth was only just women, so how did men even get to be? Who created them? Because if women are the first on the planet, so who created men? So what? Some ultra ancient, intelligent alien civilization that was around before women existed on planet Earth. They were just around, just experimenting. Wouldn't that also mean that they more than likely created women as well too? If we're both separate, And then it's like, just because you're on a planet, how do you sit up there and say that you're a human being? You're just a being. You're just a living thing that exists. Like, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. This is crazy. I feel sorry if she ever has a male child. Good luck. I will weep for you, my good sir. Good luck to you. I weep for you. I weep for that child. Jermaine, yo, what is up? You said she must think it was World of Worlds. Yeah. Men are wait, what was it? Wait, what was it? Women are from women are from Venus and men are from Mars. Yeah. Yeah. Fruity Bear said, let me see. Oh, you're responding to freedom? Yeah. Like, yo, this is crazy. This is wild work. Sham said Africa has a heavy amount of Neanderthal influence, especially in the northern and the western coastal tribes. Before the influence, Africa did not have these practices. Many of the tribes had women leaders. Like, this is 1000. Like, this woman's logic right here is crazy. Like, men just did not exist on this planet. So it was just a planet of lesbians. Can't even say bisexual. Like, you had no choice because there was nothing else. So it was just women just creating women. For what purpose? I'm like, so did you have a working class? Like, how did the economy, if it was just solely women here, like how did the economy and everything basically work? Like, how are people, like, if they had gold and silver and diamonds, like how are women getting that directly out of the ground? Were they using like telekinesis like Jean Grey to just like power directly through the earth, or were they touching the ground and it was just automatically coming forth because they willed it, or because they were that connected with like like I said, I just got questions. I'm just trying to figure out. I'm like, how did you, in a sense, shelter yourself directly from storms, tsunamis, floods, earthquakes, hurricanes, lightning strikes? Like, how? Like, what? Like I said, I just got a lot of questions. I got a lot of questions. I got a lot of questions. Jermaine said, Betty, yes, she thinks women ended up like a bit Elizabeth Shaw and Prometheus. That's crazy. That is wild. That's crazy. But yeah, like I said, man, some of the stuff out here is just like the stuff that people be saying is wild. This is right up there with that other woman that I showcased to y'all, where she was a divester and she had like the bug-eyed type of look, and she was purely anti-men. She was purely anti-men, but more so specifically, it was about black men in America. And I was like, every single time I always hear a lot of these talks where people want to sit up there and say that men weren't needed, and I see women that look like this, I'm like, I know you're talking about black men, because I'm like, you would never sit up there and say this about white men. I said you would never say this about men of other races. And like I said, men of other races have done some atrocious, horrific, horrendous things directly to women of their community, such as even to the point of like looking at China and the things that have happened to the populations of women and young girls there. But like I said, let anybody else sit up there and tell it. Every other group of men out here are completely peaceful. They're respectful. They love their women. Black American men have never loved Black American women at all. That's the tale that a lot of folks always want to bring up. That's what they always want to sit up there and say. And like I said, it's crazy. At the end of the day, 2045 is going to roll around. Statistically speaking, scientists have stated that half of the population of the women on the planet are going to be single. Like, there's not going to be enough men, basically, for women to sit up there and date by 2045. So, like I said, we're going to see how this basically works out. Because if she stated before that women are asexual, that should also mean that this should still be practiced around some of these places or different areas, or or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. This is crazy. What is it? Third says she's either off her medication or she really needs to be on several. Sham said our culture is very popular in China as well is prostitution, as it is a Arabian cultures and European cultures, all of which ties to Neanderthals. Like I said, not too surprised and or shocked. Sham also said that China wiped out the majority of their female population. Yep. Lunch said, I wouldn't be surprised if they were nurturing them dinosaurs as well. And yeah, and that's another thing too. I'm like, so if we're to fit directly her narrative in here that men didn't exist. So when it dealt with all of these Cretaceous, Jurassic, and all these other type of periods in time, like how are y'all surviving? How are y'all fighting off dinosaurs? Like what we got? T Rex, Velociraptor, Spinosaurus, and all. Like how are y'all fighting this? Like if you were the first ones directly on this planet, right? You were around since the start of air, since since bacteria basically quote unquote climbed out of the water and onto the land. Like if you were around basically during that time, like how are you surviving? Like how is everything working? That's what like I said, that's all I'm trying to figure out. That's all I'm trying to figure out. Because I'm like, it's just not stuff is not making sense. Like I understand to a point where people like the Book of Enoch don't make sense. What she's saying makes even less. Like some of the stuff in Book of Enoch, I get it. Why people wouldn't be able to follow it. But this stuff right here, I can't follow none of this. And she was stating it as if it's just she said it was facts. And I'm like, where? Like how, brother? Oh, Rudy Bear said, white men and white women hate each other, but they come together to hate us, LOL. And that is a big reason I don't date them. D Love said, honestly, that's what I was thinking. Black Panther symbiotes. And if that's the case, I wait. Oh, you said that you pray that she gets well. Shan was like, no, China, many Asian cultures that practice one child policy wiped out the female population just to have boys, and they still practices prejudice in that culture. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. But like I said, man, this is why I highlight, like a lot of this stuff because the end result is if you got older women acting like this, we don't need the younger women and the young girls, the teenagers, the more impressionable of the population. We don't need them acting like this. We're talking anywhere like this. Um, like I said, I get the whole thing where people want to sit up there and say discernment. All right, cool. I got that. People being cautious. All right, cool. Got that. And everything of the sort. Cool. Got it. Agreed. No problem. But when it gets to the point where people are, in a sense, quote unquote anti men or hating men, that doesn't make any type of sense. That makes zero sense because it's like, how are you going to hate men or be anti men, but you live in a society in which that men have established and created? You got everything from your cell phone to your computer, you got to your plumbing, right, to the guys that lay down the concrete and the asphalt, the ones that build the houses, the high rises that a lot of women live in, the condominiums and the cars and all this other type of stuff. And even going to the extent of like the AI filters that a lot of women use and so on and so on and so on. So I'm like, how is it possible that you hate or that you're anti-men, but yet you use a lot of the things of which men created? Why not sit up there and take the time and liberty to basically create your own stuff that is completely separate from men? And this is why I gave people the example out there in Oklahoma where they got woman's land. If you don't know what that is, it was something that was established like way back when. But now you got fields of white women who, in a sense, live there. They got their cabins and all this other type of stuff. But because, again, there's no men there, the population is aging out. And in order for them to have new blood in there, they have to basically allow or get other women to come directly in there. If I remember correctly from the video that I did, in order for a brand new woman from the outside to come in, all of the women there, I think it's about, was it about 40 of them that's a part of the council or something like that? But basically, it has to be a unanimous decision to allow that woman in. If it's a woman from the outside, it has to be a unanimous decision. If it's not unanimous, and if even one person is off, she can't sit up there and come in. And the other way that they bring in new blood is that they allow women from the inside of women's land to go out there, out yonder, right, to where we are, to have a one night stand and to get pregnant, get knocked up by some dude, and then come back. If during the time that woman comes back and as the baby is growing, if that baby is a girl, the woman is able to stay and then they give birth to the girl there and then the women are raising it and yada, yada, yada. But if that child is a boy, that woman has to leave to give birth, and that child has to stay out there. They're not allowed to bring that child back into woman's land because it is a male child, and males are not allowed there. So, like I said before, they're trying to like do some Amazonian, type of thing there, which doesn't make any type of sense. Like I said, so much for not needing men. That doesn't make any type of sense. Like I said, on one end, you got to try to get other women in there, but you, in a sense, got to have the whole council of women. It's like the council of reeds. You got to have the council of women to basically vote and to allow those new women in. If they vote against it, it ain't happening. And then on the other end, you basically have your younger women there go out there and have unprotected relations, which again is very dangerous, very dangerous, in order to basically help to repopulate, which is a very slow process. Because it ain't like you having 9 children at a time. You ain't sitting up there doing that. And then on top of that, you out here dealing with like random, type of dudes. You sitting up here going to like whatever bars that you got up out there. It's not like you dealing with like the pick of the litter. Like, it's like I said before, man, so much for not needing men. Why not just sit up there and adopt female children and just bring them there? Like, why not just sit up there and do? Oh, that's right, because you got an aging population. Aging population. Yep. And then that also means, and I want people to pay attention to this, right? That also means that when you have these women growing up amongst other women and there's no men in sight, that means that they're also very ignorant of men. And they're not going to know anything at all. So normally what happens, let's say like when everybody's a teenager, you get that type of like magnetic type of feel when you're with the opposite sex. Because like I said, it happened directly with me. The first time I remember the girl that I knew during the time, it was like a magnetic attraction. It only happens once. It does not happen any other time in life. I kid you not. It's like a magnetic attraction. So that means that that's something that these women cannot prepare those girls or those women directly for. They can't prepare them for that magnetic attraction because they're not around men at all. All they know is women. So whatever their clocks are, however their hormones are basically going, them bad boys are on silent. And then the moment of time they come into contact with like guys that they find to be attractive because they've never seen guys before, their hormones are going to be sitting up there like running through the roof. It's going to be like the scene where Spider-Man first got his powers and he was just like all over the place and couldn't control it, didn't know specifically what to do. That's going to be a lot of those women or those girls that's only been raised around women and never seen a man before. Like I said, they're not going to understand how to specifically talk to guys or how guys may happen to speak or everything that comes directly with that. Like I said, I can see how all of this can go horribly wrong. It can go horribly wrong. Like, that's crazy. Wild work. Gail, yo, what's up, Gail? Gail was like, leave the men's behind. Yo, that's crazy. What was it? Lunch said ain't trying to bring more people in because they're one child policy and they're declining numbers. Yeah, a lot of Asian countries are losing it. A lot of Asian countries are losing it at this moment in time. D Loves, you said you think you got lag. Now I think the stream, excuse me, I think the stream in general is just lagging, so it might not just be you. Might not just be you. Let me see. The hand sign, she's got me thinking that Jujutsu Kaisen domain expansion. Yeah, that's what she's doing. The domain expansion of anti-men. That's what she's doing. That's exactly what she's doing. Let me see. Tippy said, I don't want to live in a world with only women. That would be horrible. Yo, and Tippy, the crazy part is, like I said, every time that I happen to see a conversation that y'all having, I got videos that can relate to a lot of the conversations that y'all having. I got a video, I think it happened like in Spain. And it's a young girl, she's melanated, and the other girls are basically white, right? Or white appearing. And they're pulling on this girl hair, they're slapping on her, beating on her, like they're out there bullying her in the public. And I'm like, they're doing that because of her skin complexion. It's like, I know why they're doing it. They're not doing it for no other reason. Like, they're pulling on her hair, and like the way that they were treating that girl, like, I wish, like I put it to you like this. if those 4 to 5 girls were to ever try anything like that in the United States with a black girl that grew up here in these United States, they would all be on the floor. They would all be on the floor, and they would be crying. They wouldn't know what to sit up there and do. Like I said before, that's one of those times that I tell people, like, having a black friend, it helps out a lot. Just like when I showed y'all that video of that Muslim girl when she was getting beat on by the other girl in school. I think it was like a white girl or whatever. She decided to pick on a Muslim girl, trying to pull off the hijab and everything of the sort. Black girl sat up there and jumped across that desk, started beating the mess out of that white girl. And then that's when a white female teacher wanted to pull up, and she was like, "Oh no, that's enough. Stop this. Help, help." But she wasn't talking all of that. She wasn't trying to stop it when the white girl was attacking the Muslim girl. She was okay with that happening. But the moment in time when the enforcer, when the black girl showed up, like, all right, you want that type of time? You want to fight? I got you. No problem. Heavyweight champion of the world. The belt is on the line. I'm about to take this. She mollywopped that girl. She was dragging her across that classroom and everything. And that's not the first time that happened. Other videos as well where a black girl pulled up to defend another girl getting bullied and beat the mess out of that girl. Like I said before, man, it's crazy work. It's crazy work. Like I said, I've seen how young girls treat other young girls, and I've seen how women treat other women, and yeah, it's bad. Like I said, even just how women, like I said, women talk, they talk to de-atomize. They talk to get to every single molecule, right? That's how women are built, to sit up there and talk. When men talk, it's just pretty much surface level. That's pretty much it. Now, if men wanted to sit up there and like really go in depth, they can't sit up and do it. 9 times out of 10, we really ain't trying to do that because it ain't even worth sitting up there doing it. Women just automatically do it. That's just something, like I said, I've seen that ever since I've existed. Right. I have not really seen a limiter on that at all. Men have limiters. Women do not have limiters when it comes to stuff like that. But yeah, it's something. It is something. It is something. D Love said they're robbing these men of being a parent. Yo, what is up, D Money? What is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Sham said, yeah, we gotta stop forgiving those people. We always quick to forgive them, but not our own. No Freedom said, I'm the reason that the community can't come together, because you want to deflect and say that it doesn't matter because she could be a tether. D Love said, me neither. I don't want to live in a society of only women. And the craziest part about for D Love and Tippy, the craziest part is on the reverse end, this was a question. I wish I had the video on me. I know it's bookmarked, but that's probably buried under like 200 videos. One of these street podcasters, he specifically asked the same question directly to both men and women. He presented the question to women, and women, he was like, could you, live in a world without men? And all the women said yes. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, they all confidently said yes. It's like, yeah, the world would be beautiful. We could live in a world without, men, yada, 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 all this other type of good stuff, right? Women don't need men, right? On the other end, when the question was presented to men were like, yeah, no, I don't want to sit up there and live in a world with just men in here. It's like, what type of world would that be? It's like, all this. Men were basically saying, it's like, no, we need women. Like, women are needed here for, a variety of reasons. It's like, yo, men need women and women need men. That's what men were sitting up there saying on the other side. You did not have men sitting up there, yeah, we need a world without women. Yeah, we would be a lot better. No. Guys, when I say that, like I said, this is why I keep trying to tell people the thought process when it deals with men and women is vastly different. You got too many women out here that just think that, yeah, the world, they could just, survive and da and all this other, and that, you don't need another half. And you got women like her that's popping up and talking like they clownfish, like this is Finding Nemo, where it's like, if men disappear, then automatically we can just start, reproducing like y'all Mystique. And that's not how that works. Mystique is the, and that's a fictional character. Mystique is a asexual being because she can turn either male or female. Right? She has a physiology to sit up there and do that with her mutant capabilities. She has the ability to do that. Women in reality do not have the capabilities to be either a clownfish or to be Mystique. Like I said, But you can't tell these folks nothing. Yo, Hack, what is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation for the $5 dough. No. What is up there? Bushido, what is going on? What is going on? What is going on? Tippy said Wonder Woman Homeland isn't real, ladies. Remember that? Oh, you talking about Lesbos? That Lesbos is real, Tippy. At one point it was. It was at one point, but you know the crazy part about that is, Tippy, is that you got a lot of women out here who are lesbians, like the studs. They're complaining about the women as well, just like men are complaining. Just like how men sit up there and say, like, hey, men are not appreciated. We got to pay for everything and we don't get nothing in return, and yada, yada, yada. You got studs out here that sitting up there saying the exact same thing. It's like, yo, why I always got to pay for the date? It's like, why am I always paying for your hair to get done and all this? Why can't you ever do anything for me? Why is all of this expected? And like I said, men been trying to sit up there and say this for the longest time possible. But like I said, I guess enough studs, they gotta, once an uproar basically happens with them, that'll shut all that other type of stuff down, because then it's no fight back. You can't say nothing. You can't sit up there and say that the women are lying on the women. They date women. They only date women. You can't sit up there and say that, oh, they're male centered. Can't do that. They're not male centered. They're female centered, and they only go after and attract women. So like I said, man, it's going to take for a severe breakdown to sit up there and happen for all of this stuff to collapse like, Jenga pieces. Like, um, what is it? What we got? What we got? What we got? Third said, you never see a Capricorn man dismantle people verbally. We make it a work of art. Let's said, I personally love all good black women in my family and all the good black women that have historically contributed to the black community, the freedom fighters and the inventors and the Harriet Tubmans. I think Shan was saying F that to the living in a world without men. She was like, F that, not me. Shan was like, they need to ask me that question. You got to be out there, Shan. You got to be in one of those cities where they normally have those podcasts and whatnot. Let me see. Sham said, "No, we are not asexual species, and we never were genetically." Tippy said, "Oh well, they want to be masculine." LOL. When Tippy Sham said, "That question is the same thing as men or the bear." My answer is that the F is a black woman doing in the woods in the first place. Hey, like Sham, you would have to be there to ask that question. If I ever hear of a black woman automatically being in the woods just because, I'm like, there has to be white people around. As it has to be, because I'm like, you're not just doing this by yourself. You had to be around and grow up around white folks and go to a lot of schools that are predominantly white along with colleges in order for that to be the thing. Because I ain't never seen a black girl from the hood be like, yeah, I want to go to the woods. Never seen it. Never seen it. That's like you've never seen somebody from a hood talking about like, yeah, I want to try to swim from the United States to to the UK or something like that. I've never seen that. You ain't gonna find nobody from the hood sitting up there saying that. They be like, yo, that's crazy. It's like you got all types of like animals and sharks. It's like when you look down in the ocean, something is looking back at you. You just don't know what it is. And black people like, yeah, I ain't doing that. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Let me see. Sham was like, y'all out here doing dangerous ish and then got to choose between a bear and a man. How about you stay yourself directly out in the woods? Fruity Bear said, oh, you spotted no frames. Let me see. Sports said Google has quietly applied for an EPA permit to release 64 million bacteria-infected mosquitoes in Florida, California over the next week, 2 years, and almost nobody's talking about it. I mean, it'd be like that, but people talked about the fact of Bill Gates had like a TED talk where he had released some type of genetically modified, mosquito into the crowd or whatnot. So, people weren't freaking out. People were like, oh wow, that's cool, that's awesome, and people were laughing about it. So, however, science happens to work. He said this would be one of the largest. I mean, for sports, I put it to you like this: people didn't care when the Tuskegee experiments and the many other experiments were taking place when it dealt with the black community, right? And we saw what basically happened after they were done experimenting on the black community. You saw basically what happened to everybody else, right? So I just look at it as the same thing. I'm like, hey, I ain't gonna worry about it. Like I said, people wasn't worried about all the experimentation and things that were happening, and that was happening originally. So people will figure it out. People will get it and figure it out. Sham said, right, if I'm in the woods and white folks, I got dragged out there and about to be gone, male or female. My black self is in the woods. I live next to the woods, and I never went into that mug. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's crazy work out here, man. It is crazy work out here. Like I said, it's funny. Funny. Like I said, this is why I love having these live streams. Get a chance to have a lot of these conversations about these variety of topics. Like I said, you gotta highlight stuff. You have to highlight stuff, man, because people got to be made aware. Like I said, no matter what it is, people got to be made aware. Like I said, highlighted stuff in white communities, black communities, Asian, Indian, all this other type of stuff. So people will get it at some point. Sham said also we talking about kicked out of the home or kidnapped out of the home. A lot of men expect women to hold down the fort while black men was incarcerated at high rates. He said we had vulnerabilities and we failed on both ends. No need to blame because a lot of this was started because of the white system on our backs. And now it is what it is, and blaming won't fix it. Mm. Yeah, like I said, it's a loss happened directly on both sides. And as I'm looking at everything, like I said, I've been doing this for almost feels like close to what, like 10 years, like 2018, something like that. Um, it's a loss on both ends. Like realistically, I've pointed both situations out when it deals with black men and black women, right? And then I've pointed out both at the same time, and people want to see it how they want to sit up there and see it. Like I said, I see L's all over the place. Everybody gonna lose. Nobody's gonna walk away unscathed, and nobody's gonna walk away a winner. Everybody's gonna walk away blind, and then people gonna be trying to move around and trying to regain their sight. Good luck on that. Like I said, it's good luck on that. Like I said, when Pandora's box is open, when people want to touch what is that? I forgot what that biblical sarcophagus or whatnot was. The covenant, the Ark of the Covenant. Yeah, it's like when you open the Pandora's box or you mess with the Ark of the Covenant. Good luck. You're gonna really have to figure it out. Your faith is gonna be tested at that point in time. You're gonna see how protected you really are. Um, like I said, it's whatever. When it deals with grown adults, in a sense, being stupid, there's no reason to weep or to feel sorry because I don't. I feel sorry for the younger adults because they're still stupid. I feel sorry directly for the younger kids out here talking about like the older teens and the preteens and the kids because they're modeling and listening to a lot of this stuff from older people. Either that or they're listening to their peers and their peers are still getting stuff from like older people. So like I said, it's a lose all the way around. Like I said, everybody about to lose. Like I said, everybody is about to lose. Like I said, if you feel like you're not about to be a part of this loss, yes, you are. Only way you're not a part of this loss is if you some type of alien, like one of the four aliens, like if you're like an insectoid, a reptilian. What was the other thing they said up and said? Either one of the four that they basically listed, directly to you that are on planet Earth or that they made contact with. That's the only way that you're not going to be affected, that you're going to be walking away unscathed. Shan was like, now our biggest problem isn't each other, it's how we free each other. out of their system, how we wake up, and how we can support each other and get freedom from them. To be said, I've seen videos of some men kicking their women and their children out of their homes before. What was it? Sham said, do you know how hard it is to be on your own in poverty, being a young teen female? You think someone that age making good decisions about family, uh, no whites got us. And oh, you know the craziest part, Sham? Like I said, I got videos to match up with a lot of what it is that y'all talking about. I got a video of a young black girl. She's 16. It was from a police body cam, and she was having an argument directly with her mom. She called the police because number one, somebody had stole a few dollars directly from, I guess, her purse, because she works, right? So somebody in the house stole a few dollars from her. And number two, her mom took her phone. The problem with it is her mom, she is 16, yes, but the girl works and she pays her own 200. I think her phone bill is $150 to $200. She pays her own phone bill and she bought her own phone. And her mom took her phone, sitting up there talking about, well, I'm your parent, I'm your mom, and if I say you can't have a phone, you can't have a phone. Nah, that's cool. I get that you are the parent, but you can't just sit up there and take her stuff just because you're the parent. You didn't pay for that. Like, that's crazy. And then the craziest part about it is that the mother, again, she has multiple kids. There's no man in the house. I can promise you that, because I was waiting to see if a man was going to pull up. Man didn't show up, but there was a nice starting bench of kids out there when the police came. And the mom was sitting up there talking all ratchet and aggressive directly to her daughter. And she was sitting at her saying that, her daughter can leave or whatever. And her daughter was like, well, you can get my name off that lease. And the mom was like, your name ain't on the lease. And then she was like, yes, it is. Like, you can get my name off the lease if I ain't about to be living here no more. She was like, all right, we're going to get that done in the morning. But I'm like, so you're the mother of a multitude of kids. And because you couldn't use your name because you more than likely have ruined credit or whatever it is to get that house that you're in, or however it is that you got it, you had to use your child's name. And then you're sitting up here telling your child, so number one, your child is paying rent. Your child is paying her own phone bill. She bought her own phone, and you took her phone. And you're sitting up here saying, along with you taking her phone, along with her money being stolen from somebody in the house, that you're going to put her out at 16, even though her name is directly on that lease. It's wild. It's wild out here. It's wild out here. It is. It is wild out here. What Heck say was like, don't forget the A. LAMOs, Seji. You're not speciest, are you? Yeah, I remember that conversation. That comment would come up. Lord, how many times that comment would come up every single month? I couldn't even give you like a what's the name? I couldn't even give you an amount that I seen that comment pull up. Pretty Bear said, oh, you probably no freedoms. Tippy said, I think it's disgusting that parents kick out their teens turning 18 and tell them to figure it out. Sham said they jailed y'all and they got us. You think if that failed, he would target something else to get us? They created the system and we fell into the trap. We keep falling into the trap and we angry and we blame. Okay, I got you. He said, who is we? Blaming each other. What is it fixing? No, the blame needs to go to who manipulated us into the situation. We need to critique each other, sure, and check each other, sure, but love each other as well. D Love said, I bet she was paying her mom's rent too. Yeah, she was also paying rent too. I think she mentioned that in a video. The moment of time that I figure out which area that I saved that directly in, I'll bring up a solo video about that, because that whole video was just crazy. I'm like, why are you so aggressive and why are you talking to your daughter like that? I'm like, realistically, when you look at the situation, you would have thought that the daughter was the mother. Like, how calm that the daughter is talking. And when she's trying to sit up there, when the daughter, again, she's 16, when she's trying to sit up there and talk to the cop, the mom keeps yelling from the background, interrupting and trying to distract her from talking to the cops. I'm like, dog, you doing too much. I'm like, you talking to your daughter as if she's like some random woman on the street. Like, Yo, that's just like I said, that's crazy to me. Like I said, I feel sorry for those kids. Like that's the type of mother that they got. Like I said, all of those kids are nothing but like a meal ticket. And the oldest one, she is probably the smartest one. And she's probably doing the greater majority of the heavy lifting. She would probably have a better chance. Matter of fact, those kids would probably have a better chance if the 16-year-old was raising them versus the mother who was in like her 30s and 40s. Like I said, how you can't sit up there and get a house by yourself as a grown woman? What? You got to sit up there and use your daughter's name, brother? That's wild. And then the same daughter that you used her name to get the house, you sit up there and threatening to put her out. That's wild. That's wild. That is 100% wild. Um, No Freedom said, and so again, these teens are helpless and no better. Sham said, me to be an 18-year-old child. Mine isn't fully developed. It's not developed until 22 to 23, a whole 4 to 5 years, and we just toss them into the world. He loves to shake my head. Free Bear says, Sham, it's 25 now. Studies are saying that it might be 40. What? That's a huge jump. And not 25 like they previously thought. I mean, technically, I don't know where the full development is because I done seen some people in their 20s act way more mature and adult versus those who are in like their 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. I'm like, you still got people who are like 50 and 60 years old act irresponsible like they're teenagers. And I'm like, that's beyond some arrested development type of stuff. That's just ridiculous. Like you got older folk. I'm talking about older folks that still ain't even responsible. So it's like I said, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, it's wild out here when it deals with maturity and how it is that you got a lot of adults out here moving. Like I don't know. Wait, did I read that last comment? That means your shoes. I think I don't even care about the lady's last comment. I'm not gonna worry about it. What was the other one I had listed up here? Oh, okay. Let me highlight this one real quick. This is a whole different one. This is basically I want to say this is probably like I'm just gonna say that they're an African because they said they're African or their channel's called African American Mix. Yeah, no, you just African. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna just is what it is. I'm just gonna call it just like that. And I'll just sit up there and do this one because I had this sitting up there for like the longest time possible. I just didn't do anything with it. I think I was supposed to, and I was going to add it into a different video, but I forgot. So let me zoom this in because the print is a little bit small. So this person said, FBAs or Black Americans are nothing more than a fake, made up YouTube community. They can't make it on social media without West, Central, and the Bantu speaking Africans. I'm not sure where they got that from. Said without the West Africans, the FBA or Black Americans would have no content. They do not hate. They do not hate Africans. They hate themselves. They just get on social media and take their self hate out on everyone else. They want to boycott everyone who does not like them, but they won't boycott the dope boys, the gangs. I really feel like this person is white. They won't boycott the dope boys, the gangs, trashy neighborhoods, and the blood diseases that keep on spreading HIV. Do you know how many blood diseases are over there in Africa? It's crazy. Like I said, these Africans be talking wild. You would have thought that they actually got Wakanda over there, and they don't. You don't got nothing close. You don't got nothing close up over there. Like I said, Nigeria is a prime example of a country in shambles. Like you got hundreds of thousands of people living under freeways, under a highway. What are you talking about? On dirty mattresses, dirty stained mattresses. You got people strung out and over ODing over there in Nigeria. Zombie walk, no control. It's like what, brother? Like it's crazy. They said they are culture vultures and identity thieves. Who culture and identity did we sit up there? What are we talking about? They said they're also trying to steal the documented history of African American. What are you talking about? Haha, you Africans, especially Godfrey, have their heads all tight and twisted right now. F them all, and they have no power over nothing, not even on their own mouths. I wish they would delete. Like, like I said, the comment that this person left is like all over the place. It's like at one moment you talking basically about Black Americans, and then in the next moment you talking about Africans and Godfrey. I'm like I said, I don't know where some of these people even come directly from. I don't even know what they be doing. Like what is even happening out here? But to sit up there and try to talk about blood diseases dealing with Black Americans, we don't got nothing in comparison to everything that is running rampant over there in Africa. On top of the fact that the United States in some places still gives aid over there to Africa. Like what are we talking about? Y'all getting aid from like the UN, the Red Cross, and all these other types of places. Like what are we talking about? It's like it's crazy to be that boastful, knowing the fact that you're basically, a Christian children's fund. Like people got to donate to you just to sit up there and help keep you running to a certain extent. Like what are we talking about? Like straight shambles. Let me see. Um, let me see. And then there's another story out there talking about Nigeria. It was about gold worth 12 trillion that was discovered in Nigeria. Let me see. Okay, that was a mix up. So it was actually Uganda, right? Because I remember the reason I brought that up is because somebody had set up there and said that Nigeria have found like 12 trillion in gold deposits. When you type it in, they said that a 12 trillion gold discovery is a mix up with a famous claim made about Uganda, not Nigeria. They said in 2022, Ugandan officials announced an estimated 31 million metric tons of gold or deposit worth around 12 trillion, though experts noted that these numbers far exceeded total global gold records. Nigeria does have real gold deposits, but not of that size. So again, over there in Africa, y'all got all of these type of deposits of ores and all this other type of stuff. Very rich country, right? When it deals with the land. But yet y'all selling off and giving y'all land to like the highest bidders. Like it don't even make any like $12 trillion. Like realistically, that should flip the economy over there in Uganda. Like realistically, y'all should just automatically have gold coins. It should be looking like Mansa Musa over there. It's like the only way for people to even do any type of trying to break some bread or whatever. You ain't using no USD. You better be coming with gold. But watch them not have a gold currency. If you got that type of gold deposit, you are your own bank. Make a gold currency. Make gold the standard. Because like I said, if people want to do business, it got to be in gold. But I bet you they won't do it though. They won't do it. Tipper was like, at 12, I was still in the barbers. Don't laugh at me. I'm a late bloomer. And Tippy has moved on from Barbies to The Sims. And to Enzoy. Well, she can't play Enzoy right now, but sooner or later she'll move on to Enzoy. D Love said this sounds like someone full of fear. This man Mo, crazy work. Pretty much said Timmy shoot. I had a birthday last week and I'm in the cartoons and toys, LOL. I mean, it be like that. Like I said, kids are hurt. And especially in the generation, like depending on the gen that you grew up in, it's like, yeah, you're gonna have a lot of stuff that's gonna be reflective of childhood and whatnot. It be like that. Tim was like, Mo just ruined a moment. Sam was like, at 18, I was homeless at first and still in high school. I had to sleep on the streets or in a friend's attic. Graduated, worked full time, and got an apartment on my own. I wasn't done with high school. See, Sham, the crazy part about that story is during that time, see how easy you said that you were able to get a job and then get an apartment. These kids today can't even do that. They it's not even feasible. It's not even viable for them to be able to just like, all right, I got a job, part-time job, whatever, McDonald's, and now I got an apartment. You can't even do that. Like the last time they were able to do anything close to that was like maybe the early 2000s. Like you could probably get a place for like 5, 6, or 7. Now it's like even like a single spot is going for like 15 or $2,000. It's like ain't no job sitting up there automatically giving you that. You're gonna be really living paycheck to paycheck. And you would have to be full time to sit up there and get anywhere close to that, if even that, right? Because again, being a minor and everything. To be saying nothing wrong with that. Fruity Bear said, "Sham, I am proud of you." Yeah, Sham be working. Sham has been moving. Sham has been moving. That lady's a hard worker, I tell you, hard worker. Out here grinding. Phoebe said, "Wow, I'm sorry. I'm proud of you at the same time." Bars. Straight bars. Straight bars. But yes, I'm gonna say that is pretty much it. Yo, Duff, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. She said even the spots in the hood will run you $1K a month in rent nowadays. And yeah, that's crazy. And it's like it shouldn't even be like that. But I will also say that it's like that depending on the areas because of gentrification. So the moment in time that you start having like white folks move directly up in there, everything is going to go up. So black residents who normally live there, it's no longer cheaper because now you got other people moving directly in there. And then once enough of them start getting up in there, you start seeing bike lanes, you start seeing these tea shops or these Starbucks or whatnot, whatever. And once you start seeing things around the economy, like not the economy, things around the community getting fixed up and looking like real nice, it's already over. You're looking at the beginning of the end. Like I said, because things could already sit up there and look nice before that happened. Like I said, I remember on living in Detroit off Dexter for the longest time possible, we had some old street lights up there and they just opted not to, really fix and put new ones directly up there. But later on, and then after, I think that should have been like after Bing, when they had like Duggan or whatever it was. And then once you had like white folks moving directly up in there, now they wanted to start throwing in bike lanes and all this other type of stuff. Started seeing like random white people just like riding bikes directly through. I'm like, where they coming? I'm like, I ain't never seen. I'm like, out of all the time I done been here, going to middle school, and I'm like, I ain't never seen y'all here. I'm like, all of a sudden, here y'all come. I'm like, well, it's over now. It is over now. Shan was like, yeah, my first apartment was a studio. Oh, snap, you had a studio for $325? What? That's crazy. Do you know what I would give to have rent at $325? Oh my God. Yo, for me, I would feel like I'm living in a lap of luxury at that moment in time. Like, you can't tell me nothing. Like, yo, I'm paying my rent a year and a half in advance. What? Oh my goodness. You said I lived in a bad neighborhood, but it was a roof over my head. You had a shower and kept food in my belly. Man, what? Mo was like, why did CERN shut down the super collider? Wasn't those kids? It might have been Scooby and the Mystery Machine. It might have been. It might have been. Dove said, I used to live on the east side, 3 Mile Road, being so close to Grosse Point, made my rent sky high. Oh, yeah. Anywhere close to like the suburbs, like Redford, Grosse Point, Royal Oak, Ann Arbor. Like once you start getting to like other places on like the outskirts of Detroit, yeah, it's like good luck. And then you gotta deal Bloomfield Hills. Then you got to deal with the police out there too. Good luck. Good luck. Like them cops don't like nothing out there. Oh, you're black. We're stopping you automatically. It's like, what you doing out here? You know somebody? You live out here? Where do you live? Where'd you get this car from? Where do you work? it started turning crazy. Started turning crazy. Um, it was a Shem was like, yeah, it was a big studio too. Wisconsin rent runs cheap though. Man, yeah, lunch was like, yeah, 300 rent. Yeah, man. Wow. Third said, crazy how white people swear that they don't like being around black people, but gentrification says different. Yep. Sham said CERN probably let something in it shouldn't have. I mean, like I said, they might have got in contact with something. They might have saw something, or something probably happened, or a combination of both. Like I said, I'm just waiting for somebody to get hit with like that mist. I'm waiting for that because I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. Like I said, it's only a matter of time before they open up a portal to something that they should not have opened up, and they're not going to be able to close it. Like I said, it's going to happen. It is going to happen. Like I said, the stuff you've never seen a mist, go watch it. Like I said, scientists sitting up there playing God, opening up portals, and they open up a portal directly over this small town, and they let in all of these different type of like beasts and different things. Like I said, it's wild. It's almost like if you look at Peacemaker, one of the last episodes where Peacemaker was going through these doors. It was like almost infinite doors, and every door was into like a different like universe. And you had some universes where whatever that was there, if it was the Earth, it was just collapsed. It was on fire, and you had like giant skulls just like walking around screaming in agony and pain. Like I said, a lot of stuff that you just would not want to see or even be near, at all. Like I said, crazy stuff. Sham was like a studio in Wisconsin now will run about 600 to 7. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, but Wisconsin don't like black folks. That is the and I feel like being out there in Wisconsin, I feel like I'm gonna get like abducted by like a UFO or something. It's gonna be like, uh contacts. What was the name of the movie? Contact, the Third Kind, or something like that. I forget. Yeah, y'all know the movie I'm talking about, but I feel like something like that is gonna happen. You start seeing all those signs and symbols that you would normally see in like the crop circles or whatnot. It's like, yeah, can't do it. Can't do it. Tibby said today's studio is an arm and a leg, just the same. Yep. Sham said LOMO, yep. And they messed up our timeline with that thing. I'm sure that they let something in they shouldn't. Yeah, CERN is going to basically pull some future trunks type of stuff where we had a normal natural timeline and then they diverted it. Because, like I said, Trunks' timeline, if people don't realize it for Dragon Ball Z, Trunks' timeline is the real timeline of Dragon Ball Z. Like everything, it just went bad. Everything that could have went bad, it did go bad. And Trunks going back in time basically made a whole another arm, of the timeline from that diverted, and then you got this brand new timeline, which is what we see, at this moment in time. We got both the DBZ, the normal DBZ timeline where they ended it with Boo and then went to GT, and then we also got the Super timeline. We got Super and all of those stuff, and then Broly is canon now and all this stuff. Like I said, it's a lot. So we got a multitude of different timelines because we do actually have two versions of Trunks, even though I thought we did have a third one because I could have sworn he died in another timeline. But yeah, however one, yeah, we got two versions of Trunks. Technically, I'm sorry, we actually got three because Jesus Christ. I'm trying to keep this in track. We got one from the actual true timeline. Then we have the other one that went back to the past, and then he also stayed. And I forgot one of those universes got destroyed. I think Future Trunks' timeline ended up getting destroyed, and then that Future Trunks is now with the Trunks that like I said, we got three of them because you also got young Trunks of today as well too. So you got two older Trunks, and then you got a younger version of Trunks. What was it? Tippy said, I understand growing up adults today, this economy needs more help. It's ridiculous. Some people need to move in with parents or have roommates. Yep. Mo said Wisconsin is in America. Shem was like, Wisconsin is weird and racist too. Yeah. Yep. Mo said they shut it down until 2030. Well, Yeah, they're probably waiting for something specifically to happen, or they're allowing something to happen. Because, like I said, we'll see. But again, for about a few years now, people have been here. I told people that 2030 to 2035 is going to be a wild ride. I've been saying that for a very long time. I said 2030 to 2035. It's gonna be something. I'm not even looking at 2040. Is that main timeline, that main area that is going to be a very interesting time. Let me see. Pretty Bear said, shoot there. You talking about where you at? The studios are 15 to 1700. Ooh, that's crazy. Third said, we can only hope they open a portal to a dimension where Caucasians don't exist and black people are dimensional freedom fighters. Minikai, what is up? You said, yeah, Cell killed the original Trunks. Yeah. And that Trunks we see is the first alternate. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that like it's hard to sit up there and keep track because it's so many of them basically running around. It's like Cable dealing with the timeline. Like Cable just anytime he shows up, something's gonna get messed up. something's gonna go wrong. Every time Cable shows up. It's like, yeah, I'm here to correct the past, and then Cable messes up the past. Like it's crazy. Then you gotta have Bishop come through and then correct, and put everything back in order. Crazy work. Black said, or I hope that they open a portal to a world where black people are just and righteous superhumans. The Viltrumites. Sam said, yeah, but I think they made a mistake opening a dimension with that portal. Our timeline mashed with others, whatever they let in, probably trying to catch it. And I heard they have these beings called God, right? And there's multiple of them because they're in multiple dimensions. So, you got third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seven, dimension, quote unquote, God directly there. In One Punch, if you've watched it long enough, the moon basically hosts one of the versions, like our dimension of God. And in most senses, I guess you could say, you can't, in a sense, see him because it's a multidimensional, being. So yeah, like I said, we'll see. We're gonna see what is going to happen and take place. Shout out to Lower East 313. What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out for the 400 jewels. Detroit versus everybody. Much love, respect, and appreciation. What was it? Sham said, white people have evil stuff too. Like let's something that will take out the population and pull it back out. Yeah, probably so. Lower East said, just remember, guys, CERN is not the only operational collider. That is true. That is true. Lunch says, Seiji, did you watch the RDC DreamCon? I didn't fully watch it. I saw clips, and that's when I gave the one clip of that dumb girl where she was like, yeah, she don't really like anime and she don't like cosplay. She finds that people that's in the anime and cosplay are weirdos. Like I said, that one 100% pissed me off. Because I'm like, you finally got a place for like geeks and nerds to like reside and just like geek out. And then you got these quote unquote, I guess you could say, like the norms coming directly up in there and trying to clown people. I'm like, no, it's like, dude, people done dealt with this for like their whole lifespan. And then all of a sudden, like I said, thanks to the pandemic, so many people that were never on to anime are now on anime. So now we got even more stuff, directly there. Just like the same thing when it deals with comic books. We got a lot of people that was never even into comic books and stuff. Now they're into comic books. But it's not even mainly comic books. They're only just into the MCU. And they use the MCU in order to basically say that they got comic book knowledge. And I'm like, nah, that's not how that works. Like that's not, I'm like, that's not how that works. Because like I said, it's gonna pull me back to dissecting a lot of movies like what was it, X-Men X3? And that had about like 3 to 5 different storylines in there, dealing with like the Brotherhood, the Phoenix Saga, what was it? Not the Purifiers, but they were dealing with like the cure for like mutants, and like I said, it was about like whew, Also had the Juggernaut in there too. So it was like, yeah, they had about a good like 4 to 5 different stories, technically in there, along with the fact that Spike for whatever reason was basically some Asian in a sense, and he wasn't related to Storm. I'm like, how did y'all do that? I'm like, how do y'all basically put Spike in there and not put Spike in there? I'm like, okay. I'm like, I'm like, y'all just messing up stuff now, yeah. And then I think what Blob in that movie, he can basically control his weight. Blob can never do that. Blob was just a big dude. Like his skin was so elastic, and he was like such a large character that Wolverine couldn't even cut him. Like Wolverine literally put his claws directly into Blob, and Blob just automatically shot him, back out. Wolverine was like, "Yo, I'm stuck. I can't do anything." And then he just like shot him directly back out. Wolverine couldn't even do anything to him. Couldn't do nothing. And Blob is technically immovable. The only way to move Blob is to either, I'm not sure how Hank Pym did it. He picked him up, which I'm like, I'm not sure how that worked out because he's supposed to be immovable. But I think one way that people moved him was moving the ground under him. So I think they had either Colossus or Havoc do something like that. But other than that, you are not moving that dude. So I would like to actually see Juggernaut and Blob. That'd be actually very interesting. They'd never done it for some reason, which didn't make any type of sense. Pretty weird. What was it? Lunch up here laughing. Tippy said, I want to say to adults, don't feel like a failure if you don't have enough money to live on your own or you have to work at fast food places. Everybody's environmental upbringing and timelines are different. Yeah, that's true. That's bars. Sham said, what happened to the alien invasion that we were supposed to happen? I feel this is connected. Possibly. Tippy said, Seji, what's the next video? Technically nothing. I do have videos, but those are not edited. Like the ones that I actually want to show, I can't because I would need to actually edit those videos. Because I got a video of a stud where I got to try to explain this video. Let me see here. So basically out there, I want to say in Texas, you had two drunk women. They were both lesbians, had an argument. The stud was drunk along with her female companion. The female companion decided to get into a woman's face that was filming, and then the stud decided to try to get into a man's face that was filming, calling him a snitch and all this other type of stuff. And then the stud's girlfriend decided that she wanted to put her hands directly on the guy. The guy ignored it and was just trying to protect his girl. This whole fight basically broke out. When the stud's girlfriend was losing, the stud opted to go into her little satchel or whatever, her fanny pack, and pull out a gun. And she was going to basically shoot the other woman. I'm like, yo, I'm like, and I'm going to be real. This is why a lot of dudes sit up there and say that women shouldn't have guns. Because I'm like, how? So you got two women fighting and you're a woman too. Instead of you getting into the fight or you trying to break up the two women fighting, your thought process is like, oh, I'm a woman. Let me sit up there and get a gun. You're not dealing with two men fighting. You're not dealing even with a man fighting your girlfriend. It's two women. Why would you opt to sit up there and get a gun? I'm like, dog, that's how quick she sat up there and got that gun. I'm like, what is wrong with you? I'm like, you were about to catch a murder case. Luckily, the girl's boyfriend hurried up because the stud was short. She had to be about like 4'9", close to 5 feet. He hurried up and basically like got her and got that gun pointed directly to the ground. And like and how crazy like the stud was, she went into like the fanny pack, she got the gun, but because she was so drunk, she dropped the gun. Like it the moment in time that I happened to like, because I got to edit the video because her girlfriend had like a like the one piece tube top dress, which for whatever reason women like wearing, and it don't really cover up nothing, and every time they move the dress pulls up. I got to do quite a bit of editing on that. That's going to take a little bit of time. But like I said, that whole video by itself, like that could have went so bad. I'm happy that the police did show up. They did get arrested, but I'm like, that could have went so bad if the boyfriend was not quick enough during that time, and how that's, man, it just would have been bad. It would have been bad. Would have been bad. What was it? Lunch said, right, I forgot. You did a video on that. I saw more people on Instagram coming out after her. Yep. Third said, there are people who think that Black Panthers getting their powers from his suit. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, that's not how that works. Like I said, it's like going back to the what's the name of the Silver Surfer with the Fantastic Four? I think it should have been the second movie, back in the 2000s. And the storyline, Doctor Doom separated Silver Surfer from his board, basically trying to say that the Silver Surfer get his powers from his board. Nah, if it's almost like the whole story of like Adam and Eve, how Eve came from like Adam's rib. The board literally came from the Surfer. Galactus basically got the Surfer. Oddly enough, if you go back and look at the cartoon, he looks like Professor X. He got the Silver Surfer. He made him basically his servant or whatever, and then from that, in order for him to travel, he basically gave him a board. So the board is basically made from the same material as the Silver Surfer. But yeah, the powers don't come from the board. It was just wild how they did that. Lunch said that I didn't know about the spike thing. Yeah, they messed up. They messed that up. Shem's like, Stubbs be goofy. Yup. Yo, Shauna, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Sham said that's why the DV cases are so. And and the crazy part, Sham, I've talked about that before on the platform. Like I said, it don't matter whatever community is directly about here. I try to show some type of caring for all of these folks directly about here, even though they say that straight black men are the villains and they're the reason for da 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 da. When it deals with these lesbians beating on other women, like I said, I got the video of a lesbian on lesbian fight, and the stud was whooping the mess directly out of her girlfriend because I think her girlfriend wanted to leave the relationship and she was going to go be with a man. She was beating the girl, pulling. I'm talking about like she was beating that girl down like Holyfield. Like she was knocking her around that train, pulling her by her braids and everything. Like the women went to go leave, and she pulled her off of the side of the waiting area for the train back onto the train. Was like, you ain't going nowhere. And that I'm like, yo. And I'm like, and I watched a lot of strong women on that train not intervene in that fight. And I'm like, I don't want no men. I do not want no guys intervening in that fight. Let that woman beat on the other woman. Go right ahead, because I need all of those women that normally sit up there and be talking all of that mess. They normally want to stand up and start squawking and crying whenever a dude is sitting up there doing whatnot or whatever. I need y'all to sit up there and start pulling up when he start beating on women. They sat right down and shut up. I'm like, that's wild. I'm like, there's more of you than there are of her. But those women didn't want to stand up and do anything for the other woman. They just sat there and watched. I'm like, wow. But if it was a man, though, they would have got up real quick. Everybody would have got up and tried to intervene. They would have tried to break it up. But when it's two women, everybody's like, we don't care. So we're going to sit there and watch and let it happen. Woo! Crazy work. Diabolical. D-Love said she's out of control. So what if she took the girl out? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It would have been bad. Lunch was like, didn't they say that the aliens finally come, that they're going to be black? Yeah, they did say that. Fruity Bear said studs be fine. They be having and yo, Bear, this is why I was sitting up here saying when I saw your comment underneath that one video, I'm like, yo, I'm glad that you're all right, and I'm glad you're able to like defend yourself. When you was talking about the white guy or whatever, and then it was like the way that you wrote the comment is like it just had me laughing. This is like I'm like, wait, did you just really say that? I'm like, yo, that's like she wrote that. I'm like, that's crazy. Oh my goodness. Yo, let me. Yo, sometimes y'all be writing these comments, man. I'm telling y'all, I gotta just laugh sometimes. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. And technically exactly what you're talking about is exactly what was in the one video, because the stud's girlfriend, it was like the way that she was built. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, that as well. Again, I'm gonna have to. It's gonna be a lot of blurring, directly, on that one. But yeah, yep. Mo said, there are too many cop body cam videos of women on women DV. Yep. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. D-Love said, yep. Shem was like, the black aliens saw how white folks do us on Earth, and they took a whole U-turn. Shem was like, "You could have saved me. You could have saved some of us down here." Yeah, I would have went. I'm like, "Hey, we're black aliens. All right, let me get an MP3 player real quick. Let me download some music, and probably let me get some anime or something, and we out." You know, uh, what was it? Tippy said, "Is it wrong that I really don't feel sorry for DV with lesbian couples because they're both women?" Hit her back. Sometimes I laugh. Is that evil? No, it's like for me, it's like I be looking at it crazy because I'm like, all right, if it's a dude, all right, fight back mode, cool, fine, no problem, right, good. But when it's two women, magically the same people who would be in fight back mode, they ain't trying to fight. I'm like, how does it magically go to a standstill? So magically, and again, this is not me sitting up there and agreeing or trying to enable DV in any type of sort. That's a negative. It's bad. It should never come to that place. Everybody should just walk away, right? Just make sure we got that clear. So now, to my point, what I'm saying is, when women get into this type of thing with men, no matter who started it, magically women know how to fight. Right, magically, it's like, yeah, I got 12 brothers. They taught me how to fight. Heavyweight champion of the world. All that. Women can magically hit like Mike Tyson or something like that, or they know some UFC moves. But when women are fighting other women, it's like nothing. It's like everything. It's like a Jeopardy question. It's like they don't know what to do now. And I'm like, how does that work? like, I'm like, how do you just like not know how to fight now? What happened to all those 12 brothers? What happened to you knowing how to box and been through many fights? And I'm like, what happened here? I'm like, you're just not allowing yourself to get mollywopped because it's another woman. I'm like, okay. Now you went to like factory default setting of now you're just a woman. All right, you got it. You got it. Sports was like, where's the love if you don't fight? That's crazy. Sam was like, LMAO, I'm going to. What was it? Mo said, beam me up, Scotty. Shan was like, I'm sure a lot of us would have been like, peace out. Yeah, I would have too. I'm like, hey, might as well see what's out there. might as well see what's happening. D Love said, now says you stop at the download music. Yeah, you gotta have some music for the travels. Like, you don't know how long you're gonna be going. Like, you might be, near like a planet or something that's like close to like a black hole. Time moves differently. Like I said, we all seen Interstellar. Like I said, each time you heard that sound, that was time basically, moving directly forward. Like I said, it was cold actually how they did that movie though. That's a very dope movie if people ain't see it. Third said, nah, F that I'm asking the aliens for a Guyver exosuit or Warframe. Yeah, yo, if I could get a Guyver unit, yeah, that's true. If I could get like a Guyver unit or a Warframe, yeah, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one. Like I said, my main frames that I love the most, Magnova. Sorry is dope too. Vabin. Atlas. Technically it's quite a bit. Chroma, Nubis. Jesus Christ, I'm about to be listing like almost like all of the frames up on there. I gotta. I would have been an Excalibur, I would have had him listed up there, but during the time when Excalibur first came out, I didn't have the money to actually get him. But then later on, Excalibur became like free. But the original Excalibur is the most powerful one, not the one that came out later. And then you have the nerves and all that with the swords. Excalibur used to be able to delete content on that game up until he got nerfed, and then they went through the whole thing. Like I said, that'll send me on like a whole nother rant. I'll be on a whole nother rant. Let me see, what was it? Shan was like, we don't need to do that. The sun will get the palm people. Did you see the skin blisters? Yeah, them skin blisters that they get is crazy. It's wild. Tippy said, no, I used to purposely look up the DV videos with lesbian people and laugh, but I stopped because I felt like it was wrong. No, like I said, for me, and I've advocated for those going through DV. That's the whole reason I used to give the percentages and everything of the sort, because it shouldn't happen. Like I said, I would have rather people just, of course, communicate, but walk away. Like I said, dudes shouldn't be putting hands on women, and women shouldn't put hands on men, and women should not be trying to stop dudes from like walking out the house. Like that's correct. Like that right there, I do not understand why still to this day a lot of women put themselves in harm's way. You already know this dude is charged up, testosterone is sitting up there running, and the dude is like doing his best to like hold everything back, and you're steady trying to stop him from like leaving the apartment because you want to have a conversation. Let that man go. Let him walk away, because everybody already knows what's going to happen if a dude basically wants to move a woman. I'm talking about like he uses two hands and he just like shoves the woman directly, to the couch or the floor to get her away from the door. We already know what's going to happen. She's going to sit up there and call the guys in her family. She's going to, embellish on the story. They're going to pull up and somebody's going to end up losing their life, or everybody's going to lose their life. Because, like I said, the guys 9 times out of 10, they ain't trying to hear them. It's like, oh, he put hands in. Oh, I'm already coming. Yeah, he put hands in order to get her out of the door, away from the door. But then when those guys pull up, they'll be like, yo, why you putting your hands on a woman? It's like, I had to get her out of the way of the door. It's like, you didn't even have to jump out the window. We're 94 stories up. Psh, you should have parachuted. Use some spider web. Like, they'll always come through with the most dumbest excuses in order to body block for dumbness. Like, I don't know, dog. It's crazy out here. It's like the stuff people be saying is crazy. Jim was like, those skin boiling right off of them from these heat waves. Yeah. Oh, that was another video. You know what? Again, Sham. So the skin boiling, right? There was this young dude. He was black. I think he was about like 18. I forgot where the video was. I was supposed to do a solo video of it. If I can remember, I'll bring it up and I'll make a video so y'all can see it. Young dude and this black girl was sitting up there, doing this tit for tat. Everything was fun and games, right? She did something, and then I think he hid, like her iPad or something like that, or her phone. So, I mean, she more than likely she got it back later, right? It wasn't like nothing serious. And he was working at this restaurant. Tell me why this girl sat up there when he was on break, and I guess he's sitting up there like either on break, eating food, or waiting for a ride. She took scalding hot boiling water and poured it directly on him. And he sat up there and said the main thing that he can remember was that his skin was like falling off. He suffered 2nd-degree burns. And you see, like, they show like the skin from like his legs, I think his stomach, chest, and like one of his arms is gone. It's like it's pink. It's going to take a while for that skin to grow back. And I'm like, dog, what is wrong with you? I'm like, how are you going to sit up there and do some type of foolishness? Like, I'm like, that don't even he didn't do anything to that level directly to you, but you basically wanted to do that. I'm like, yo, this is what I be talking about. Like, I would be pissed. And it's like she had a bond, but they released her. And I guess she's gonna face some charges later. I'm like, no, I want her in prison. I'm like, he is not ever going to like be the same. And this is a big dude. Like, this ain't no slim type of dude where he's like, like some 5'4". No, this is a big dude. And that's what she decided to do to him. And I'm like, yo, that's crazy. I want, like I said, she needs to be in prison. I want her general population in the prison. Cause I'm like, that's crazy to me. Like, he ain't never put hands or nothing like that to her. Anime Dark King said, what y'all know about Guyver? Quite a bit. Little bit, little bit bit about the Guyver units. I'm not a professional. When it deals with that, I probably know a little bit more about Gundam in a sense, sort of kind of than Guyver. I just remember growing up watching the first 2 Guyver films. I didn't really get a chance to see the animes up until like later. Tippy said, I did the same thing with looking up dudes getting seriously injured riding skateboards. Oh no, that was funny. Like, let me tell you, when you see guys like doing like skateboard, like if it was during the time frame of like Jackass the show, it was like, yeah, that was the main thing, the main go-to that people be watching either on YouTube or online somewhere. That was like, it was just funny. I'm sorry. Still to this day, seeing like people mess up on like skateboarding tricks. It's like, yeah, like, but like some of those accidents where they got like caught directly on those not the barb fences, but it was like the spear type of fences. Whoo! Let me tell you, I wasn't laughing then. Ooh, boy, I felt that one. Ooh, boy. Like I said, some of those videos will have you walking funny because it's like, ooh, because they did need surgery. They did need surgery, you know. Let me see. Tippy said, Hack said, what about the Gundam or Zaku? Man, you would have to be a pilot though. You would have to get some type of information, and then on top of it, you need some Gundanium. Like you would be a superpower by yourself. Like wherever you appear, you're a superpower. Like you're able to annihilate pretty much any and everything. They would not have anything on the planet to basically stop you if you had a Gundam made of Gundanium. But my thing would be the upkeep directly on it. That would be the problem. Like, I would love to sit up there and have a Gundam, but it's like the upkeep and where in the world would you store it? And then you got to worry about people trying to countries or whatever trying to hijack and take that directly from you. Like, you know, the only way that'll work is if it got like a self-destruct on there. That, you know, like it normally does. Sham said, to be saying some wild stuff I told you about being the white people's in it. Tim was like, I'm not an evil person. But is that wrong? That's crazy. Sham was like, LOL, OMG. Said, oh wow. Shem was like, oh, I hope she went to jail. Barely. Shem was like, yep, and the skin is boiling off of them in the sun this year. If the planet warms up, yep. Shem said, I thought it was crazy that 80-degree weather in Europe. Oh yeah. D-Lo said they released, yeah. She got a court date though. Tippy said, yeah, I'm not at all. I'm not evil after hearing that. You got to be sick in the head after doing that. Putting boiling water on somebody that's sick. Yeah. Third said, Warframe is low maintenance. I mean, yeah, it is. It is. I mean, plus you wouldn't really have anything that can go against you, especially depending on what type of Warframe you were. Like I said, if you're like Saurian, oh, good luck. Good luck with that one. Like she can just release poison and everything of the sort. But yep. Said Anaros all the way. Yeah, that's, I mean, Anaros, all you got to do is look at somebody. If you go down, you automatically revive. And I would do that to teammates in survival missions. It's like, I ran out of oxygen. Let me just look at a teammate real quick and instill some energy. Bow, revive. Or better yet, you can sit up there at Nidus. Nidus is a pretty good one as well. So that's another one of my favorites that I would love for survival missions. And putting I was gonna put not extra strength, but putting range directly. I think my range would be over like 275 plus. I wish I had some of the other mods, like some red mods and whatnot, so I can push that over. It's over 9,000. I can sit up there and do that. Just like sit back and whatnot. I'm still mad that they nerfed, Mag the very first time where Mag had pull. That was one of the greatest mods for survival missions. You could just like sit, not even just survival, but for the defense missions as well. You could just sit at the defense and guard that, and then you could just use pull from halfway across the map, just like killing everything. Tippy said, how y'all feel about the new Black Panther? New Black Panther's all right. Like I said before, another African actor, it'd be like that. The other dude that people wanted, Dimson Idris or whatever. I knew that wasn't going to happen because after Michael B. Jordan was with Lori Harvey, Dimson Idris was with Lori Harvey. And I'm like, yeah, that's not going to play out well. I'm like, y'all technically, in a sense, supposed to be like boys or whatever, and you opted to do it. I'm like, yeah, that's not going to fare too well. I'm like, you didn't jack up your opportunity. It's just wasn't going to sit up there and work out well like that. So they ended up getting another British actor to sit up there and do it. It'd be like that. Like I said, Dempson, he probably would have had it if he wasn't with Lori Harvey. I bet you that. Like I said, Lori Harvey, that woman is out there destroying careers. It's a one man at a time. Like I said, it's wild. But like I said, you got Dempsey. He's in this African film. I think it was like Blood in the Bones. I might even technically take a look directly at that. See what it is. I think the trailer came out today. I think it was trending directly on X. I didn't sit up there and see it yet. But yeah, I'll probably sit up there and check it out. Possibly. Third said actually Inaro's got an update to his kid and his passive. Snap. So yeah, I gotta actually look at some stuff too. Fruity said, did you hear about the woman that women are biphobic now if they refuse to date by men? Yeah. I did see that. And the craziest part, the same person who actually pulled up, well, I don't think a lot of y'all was here. But the Whisperer had pulled up here. That was like earlier during was that during this year or last year? It was somewhere. I guess he was just like surfing around YouTube and ended up just like pulling up. And he was, having a back and forth when I was talking about, black women. He was the one, his video I saw where he was basically defending black women on that. And against the guy that was talking, he got the bull ring and everything else going on. And he was saying, like, nah, you trying to force, straight women to basically, be with you. And they sit up for saying that that's not their type of thing. And it's like, yeah, he's correct. The very few times that I'm actually going to sit up there and agree with folks, it's like he's 1,000% correct because that don't make no type of sense. How you going to sit up and say that they're phobic and then at the same time you're trying to force them into dating you? If a black woman says that is not her thing, it's not her thing. You got other women who are part of the LGBT who you can clearly sit up there and be with, but you opt not to sit up there and do it. You want a straight black woman? That makes no sense. Straight black woman wants to be with a straight black man. There's nothing difficult about that. There's nothing difficult about that concept. It's not a hard thing to sit up there and grasp. It's just that people want to just be difficult and make things difficult, which is stupid. 100%. Sham said, I'm hungry. What should I cook today? I am not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, I got pizza, so I'm basically good at this moment. Shauna said, but they don't care if another black person out of here. Yep. Third said, Nidus can get 50K health easily thanks to the revamp. Ooh. Yeah, I got to get back on. It's been a minute since I've been on Warframe. I've been staying off of Warframe because the last time I think I got like a what was it, like a 200 or 300% off of plat. And I'm like, yeah, it's like I want to wait until I get some money so that if I happen to roll that again, I'm going to town. I'm buying up a whole bunch of stuff. I'm being reckless buying platinum. Like, yo, I think I might have took a picture of that. Hopefully, if it's still up there, if Xbox didn't erase it. But that was the craziest pull that I ever seen in my life. Having like a discount that high, I was like, wow. I was like, that'll never happen again. Easy. Then I want him to hungry. What should I cook? Lunch said, have been a Warframe in a minute. Only one I can remember, I think, is Rhino and Valkyrie. I believe I used to love playing with Valkyrie. Yeah, Valkyrie is basically Storm in a sense. Well, Storm with like the wind and everything in the sort. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, that's a long time ago. That's a while back. You talking about? Woo, you might be on like some 20, like 16, 17, 15 type of deal. You might be that far back. Tippy says salmon and rice is your favorite meal. Nah, I got pizza, Tippy. I upgraded just a bit. Sham said, LOL, I got some salmon. I might just grill that tomorrow. That's the one thing I do want to do. I get a grill and actually do that. Tippy said, I actually want a juicy American cheeseburger. I actually had that this week. Cheeseburgers are great. Great food. Wow, that's man mo. That's crazy. Tippy said with some steak fries and a chocolate milkshake. Funny enough, Tippy, I had that. I had a burger. I had a cheeseburger with chili cheese fries, and I had a strawberry milkshake and I had an Oreo milkshake. Good food. Let me tell you, good food. Sham was like, I need to get oxtails if I make. That's crazy. Sham, that's not what Mo meant. That's uh, Sham is so innocent. Oh my god. Ah, Jesus. Jesus Christ. Had to happen once. It had to happen once. Sham was like, I gotta see how much oxtails are. Because the price been high up there on those. Shauna said, no, they think they got it. They're trying to pull her. That's all it is. Most of the possum gizzards with jasmine rice. Oh, he was actually talking about food? That's crazy. Lunch said, LOL. Yeah, probably. Yeah, said it's been a minute. Yeah. Like I said, as soon as you said Valkyrie or Rhino, I'm like, oh man, that's way back. Way back. Limbo is another one too, because I used to love always doing his snap because I had a whole bunch of range directly on that. So for a nice amount during either a survival or a TD defense mission, I would just sit up there and just pop my ult because I had a nice amount of energy along with like range, and I could just consistently do that up until probably about like 15 minutes or whatnot, and then I would have to like let it sit for a minute, let the damage take place, and then snap it or whatever. Equinox is another dope one too. Let me see. Tippy said possum gizzards. Where you from, Mo? Tippy sent up her laughing. Shem was like, "What? LOL. Don't tell me what that means." Then I'm up here talking, taking it seriously. Yeah, like yeah, I knew it. As soon as I saw Mo right there, I'm like, I'm like, oh no. I'm like, hopefully Sham knows he's not being serious. Man's not talking about food. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Diabolical. Uh Pretty Bear said, oh my god, y'all eating the clear man's food. The most sitting up here laughing. W said, I'm making whiting fish and po' boys. That sounds good. Sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good. X said, going to dip. Talk to y'all later. All right, no problem, man. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Tippy said, well, what's chitlins? I never had that. I hear they stink. Yeah, chitlins, that they smell to the high heavens. Don't do that, Tippy. There's no reason for you to sit up there and have that. My uncles, they would love that. I'm talking about by the boatload. And I'm like, bruh. And they would always have it directly on rice. I'm like, nah, when you got to put so many like spices and stuff directly to something to make it just like taste good or even smell, it's like, nah, I ain't doing that. Mm-mm. Nope. Nope. Can't do it. Cannot do it. Tip was like, I'm slow. I'm sorry. Hi, Shauna. Shauna was like, do not eat that. All caps. She was like, don't eat that. Lunch said, take care, bro. At Hack. Shan was like, I don't like chillins. Bars. Shauna was like, yeah, don't eat that. Please don't eat that, Tippy. Yeah, that's bars. That 1000% agree with Shauna. Do not eat that. Do not eat that. Black said chillins have your home stinking for a few days when you clean them. Yeah, I always knew when it was around Thanksgiving time because you would automatically see the clear bag of chitlins, and then the sink would just be full. Like it would have to like sit there. Then it would have to go through because we had a double sink. You had the one side where the chitlins basically was, right, where they would just like sit and soak, and then the other side where they would just like have it empty, and you would basically have the running water, and you would have to sit up there and clean them, and then you would put them like in a bowl, and then you would do, like another clean or whatever. Yeah, I'm not about that life. I never was at all. That is not me. Tippy said I had pig sweet before with bean rice and hot sauce and cornbread. Never had that. Never had pig sweet. Never had it at all. Tippy said, but I don't eat pork anymore. Okay, I got you guys. Mo said squirrel livers and black eyed peas and mushrooms are fine. The crazy part is I've never been a liver fan. That was just never my thing. Never my thing. Shem was like pig feet or just pig feet. Wait, oh, you said pickled pig feet or just pig feet? Okay, I got you. Dove said the red bucket with the white lid. Yep. 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 What was it? Third said it might be me, but some Nick beer later this week. Wait, what? I'm highly confused on that. That just like threw me off. Because as soon as you said, like, what? Oh, you said neck band. Okay, okay. Yeah, I highly misread that. Highly, my bad. Thought it was beard. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, that just threw me off. D Money said, I'm too boogie to eat chitlins. Bars. Sam was like, my grandmother used to fry chitlins. You know what? That probably might end up actually being better, but I still wouldn't eat it. Probably still wouldn't beat it. Third said I might buy some neck bones later. Oh, you said neck, but that's way different. You said neck bands up top, and then I thought it was like neck beard. I'm like, what? And then you was like neck bones. I was like, all right, I got you. Nah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Now neck bones and rice. That's some good food right there. That was one of my favorite things right there. Then you set up and get the fork, and then you just sit up there and scrape the meat directly up out of there, mix it in with the rice and whatnot. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. What was it? Tibby said, Mo, you a different type of black breed, LOL. That's crazy. D-Love said, yep, I remember Thanksgiving and Christmas. Yep. Third said, those darn keyboards. Trust me, it happens all the time. Mo said I'm from Texas, and I had to eat whatever my grandmother cooked. Oh, yeah, that's true. Like down south, yeah, you didn't have no choice. You did not have no choice at all. Like my grandmother, she from like, South Carolina, so she cooked a variety of things, but a lot of the stuff I think they were cooking like back then, especially like on like the farm, she didn't cook a lot of the stuff there. So it was like standard issue, like, southern type of foods and whatnot. We didn't really get into like the whole thing of like raccoons or possums or, things like that. But like I said, hey, everybody different, Everybody different. Sham said, I think I'm gonna make some dirty rice and chicken tenders. Ooh, sounds pretty good. D Love said, yep, I fixed what was it? Neck bones with spaghetti as well. I don't think I ever had it with spaghetti. Yeah, I don't think I ever had a spaghetti. It sounds different. Might have to sit up and try that one day. No, I got you. D. After I saw like third, my brain is catching it now. So I got you. No problem. I got you. But yeah, pretty much that's it. Because everybody talking about food, and it's about like close to 6 something right now. So yeah, it's about 5:47. So I'm about to let y'all have directly at it. And I'm probably gonna let this live stream probably rest for a bit. And I think probably some of the videos that I showcased here, I'll probably have those as a solo video for you guys about like 12 o'clock or something like that. 12 or maybe like 1 o'clock, depending. Or it might be a whole different one. And then some of the videos y'all saw in the live stream may have, later on tomorrow, whatnot, or whatever. But yeah, I'll probably let that sit for a minute because we've been here for about almost close to 5 hours. Shauna said neck bones and collard greens. That is so good. That's bars. Shem said I got andouille. Wait, what is that? An andouille sausage for the dirty rice. I don't even know what that is, and I think I might have mispronounced that horribly. I'm just gonna be real. I might have mispronounced that horribly. People say you down south somewhere. It just was raccoons. Not hating, just different. Mo said, "Ooh wee." What was it? Neck bones and butter beans. Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah. D Love said, "Thank you, Seji." Yeah, I got you. Duff said, "Be easy as Seji." Always a pleasure, my guy. Same here as well too. Like I said, much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, it's always the few of the many. Here we just sitting up here just having random conversations. Like I said, I feel like this is how it would be if at any point I start like streaming like video games. This is exactly what it'll be. We'll have like a nice, probably like 15, maybe like 20 of us here, and we just sitting up there talking, about stuff about like food, comics, or something like that, or reminiscing on childhood. Sham said with a slice of cornbread. Bushido said, I just saw the most ridiculous question mark. A woman said that if you love her, you will fight Broly. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm like, you must have just got to like anime because if Broly hit like you must be thinking about Beerus. Like Beerus knows how to manage his power. If Broly slapped a normal human woman, you're turning into dust. Turning into dust. Like she must not have seen the original Broly that had the rock music in his movies. That Broly did not care. That dude was a straight. He was a monster. He was a savage. He did not care. Like he was throwing like groin shots. He was cracking skulls. People receiving like fractures. Like he was stepping on kids. Like he's like yo, like that dude was a problem. That dude was a problem. He was a problem when Goku was there, and everybody had to pull the reserve energy and pour it into Goku so he could do a dragon punch. And then Broly was still a problem when he came back looking for Goku, and Gohan was there. And this was Gohan when he had like mystic, yeah, he had like mystic form. And Gohan was still having some problems. I'm like, dog, Gohan. I'm like, I need you to pull up like you was a Super Saiyan 2 when you fought Cell. I need you to. We need that Gohan out here. Matter of fact, we need the Gohan that fought Super Buu. We need that Gohan. That's the Gohan that we want. Like that dude was fighting so hard that he sat up there and just passed out. Like I said, he luckily ended up getting that one off. And then it was still a problem. Like Goku had to come from the afterlife in order to sit up there and help Gohan out to get him like, yo, Gohan, to get him to push himself again. That's the second time Goku had to do that. I'm like, man, Goku, you just be causing problems. Like I said, Bojack was looking for you. He was nowhere to be found. Your son had to deal with that. Broly came back a second time. You was nowhere around, dead again. Your son had to deal with that. I'm like, brother, come on. Like Gohan had to sit up there and fight Frieza in his final form, and he was holding his own. Frieza was Gohan. Little Gohan was giving hands. If he could have went Super Saiyan during that, man, what crazy work. But yeah, Bushido said, "Black Air Force Energy bars." Timmy said, "I might cooked baked fried chicken. Sounds good." Mo said, "Seiji, that's crazy. That's crazy." I read it because as soon as I saw Mo's name, I'm like, you know what? Let me just take a time out and just read this ahead of time because I already know it's going to be some foolishness. And it was. I just knew it. Shauna said, I want to say that it's always Mo that has a bad effect on everybody else coming here because Shauna was good. She was a Christian. And then as soon as Mo showed up, and maybe even Gail, I'm going to blame Gail too because Gail be sitting up there causing problems. Gail, Mo, and who else? D-Money. As soon as they showed up, automatically, it's Shauna was no more Christian. Let me tell you something. Let me see. Wait, who in the world is Mr. Brown? Are you talking about Bushido? Lunch said Broly crushed his dad and he did not care. That's bars. Yep. Wait. That's crazy. That's what most said. Thanks for the prayers. That's some crazy work. That is crazy. Okay. You was talking to Bushido. I got you. This man D Money. Let me tell you something. That's some crazy work. Tippy said, "LOL, I cooled down." Yeah, Tippy was up there too. Good lord. Tippy sitting up here laughing. Oh my goodness. So I apologize to Shauna for the mods here having a very bad effect on you. Let me tell you. Like I said, he do this all the time. He do this all the time. Let me tell you something. Lord have mercy. Years ago. What was it? Tippy said you jealous, SG? Wait, what? I'm highly confused. Where did it even go from? That's some wild work. That is wild. The money said, wait, where we not the real Christians from the heathens. That's wild. And now y'all done got trying to start it. Look at this. Like I said, she was a Christian. She was innocent. She was as innocent as sham. And then all automatically overnight. Crazy work. Let me tell you. That is some crazy work. Diabolical in nature. Let me tell you. But yeah, y'all. Been going for about close to a good 5 hours. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Thank y'all for being here for the longest of the duration here. Let me just run through this real quick. Shout out to Brandon V World for the $2 dono. Shout out to TDO. I got abbreviated for the 10 jewels, and also shout out for the other 6 jewels actually that you dropped directly in the comment section. Shout out to Tippy for the 2 jewels. Shout out to Boner for the $2 dono. And shout out to Hack for the $5 dono. Like I said, I'm glad that they actually made this change directly on Yard so that I can actually see the jewels that y'all dropped, because before I couldn't even see them. Like I wouldn't even know that people are even throwing things directly in the chat. Like I said, doing a lot of great positive changes. Beautiful stuff. Great work. Awesome work. Also shout out to Brother Allen for the $5 dono through way of Cash App. Again, shout out to anybody who's a part of the Patreon. And shout out to any and all of the members that are part of the channel as well. And again, shout out to all of my wonderful moderators who do the Lord's work every single day, both seen and unseen. And again, for staying with me for the longest point in time when it deals with this channel. Let me see. Yo, let me tell you something in this chat. Was it Duff said innocence is a lie only if you're a child? That's crazy. Menakai said farewell to you too as well. Tippy threw in 212 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Mo said peace out. Now I can actually see the image. So, but for whatever reason, when D Love, I can't really see what the image is. It just shows up as boxes. So I guess they still got a little bit of work. Trying to stop it. Oh man, y'all crazy out here. Let me tell y'all something. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation. Love y'all a lot, and I will catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out.